What's up everyone, this is Proxima Watif, your home for epic Harry Potter alternate universe story. If you love creative twist and a powerful storytelling, you are going to be love this.
Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter discovered he was an elemental wizard during a Gringotts inheritance test. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, Blood and Gold. Opening hook. Harry, battered from Vernon's latest rage, picks the lock on his cupboard at 2 a.m. and flees Privet Drive with nothing but a stolen £20 note and an address he found in Petunia's hidden papers, Diagon Alley, London. Core events. Harry navigates to London through buses, quick thinking, and reading people, survival skills honed at the Dursleys. He discovers the leaky cauldron by following a woman who disappears into a wall. Gringotts provides refuge when he demands an inheritance test. Remembering the address mentioned a Potter vault, the inheritance test goes catastrophically. Blood burns through the parchment, ancient alarms sound. Goblins draw weapons. Ragnarok, director of Gringotts, personally intervenes. When Harry's blood ignites the testing stone, an artifact that hasn't reacted in a millennium. The revelation. Harry is the first elemental wizard since Mordred. His mother was a descendant of the elemental bloodline, and his father's ancient family magic activated at Ragnarok offers Harry sanctuary in Gringotts, partially because goblins hold ancient treaties with elementals, partially because an elemental in goblin debt is an extraordinary asset. Emotional core. Harry's first experience of being valued rather than discarded. The goblins don't care about the boy who lived, they care about what he is. It's alien to him, but also intoxicating. Antagonist thread. The Weir receives word before Harry's even left the testing chamber. Activate the London assets. We have an emergence. Closing image. Harry, alone in a Gringotts guest chamber for the first time in his life, watches fire dance in the hearth and realizes it's moving with his heartbeat. Chapter 2, The Forge and the Frost. Opening, 3 weeks in Gringotts. Harry has begun basic elemental training with a goblin warmaster who fought in the last rebellion. His control is terrible but his instincts are extraordinary. Core events. Harry's formal introduction to Wizarding Society is hijacked when Lucius Malfoy learns of his presence and arranges a chance encounter. Malfoy's manipulation is elegant. He offers mentorship, connections, help navigating a world Harry doesn't understand. Harry's instincts scream wrong, but he has no logical reason to refuse, until Daphne Greengrass, also shopping in the alley, intervenes with a precisely timed comment that reveals Malfoy's ulterior motives. Daphne and Harry's first real conversation. Two people recognizing a fellow survivor. Wand shopping at Ollivander's goes sideways. Every wand Harry touches either catches fire or freezes solid. Ollivander, fascinated, crafts a custom wand on the spot, phoenix feather, elder wood, and a core wrap of goblin silver to ground Harry's power. First real elemental manifestation. When cornered by equilibrium agents disguised as ministry officials, Harry instinctively dissolves into wind and reforms 20 feet away. Emotional core. Harry discovering that power doesn't solve everything. Malfoy is a threat he can't burn, and Daphne represents a different kind of strength, social intelligence Harry lacks. Political thread. Dumbledore arrives at Gringotts demanding to see Harry. Ragnarok refuses on grounds of client confidentiality. The chief warlock threatening a goblin nation over an 11-year-old hints at how badly Dumbledore needed Harry's introduction to go differently. Closing image. Daphne hands Harry her contact address. You're interesting, Potter. That's rare. Don't get yourself killed before Hogwarts. Chapter 3, Sorting Shadows. Opening, platform 9 3/4. Harry arrives flanked by goblin guards who wait until he's on the train before departing. The message is clear, Potter is under Gringotts' protection. Core events. Train ride establishes key relationships. Neville in a compartment alone, Trevor escaping, Blaise Zabini watching everyone from behind a book, Draco Malfoy attempting to establish dominance and failing spectacularly when Harry's aura makes the compartment temperature drop 30 degrees in response to the implicit threat. Harry's first meeting with Hermione goes poorly. She's read about him in books and treats him like a celebrity puzzle. He's tired of being a subject of study. The Sorting Hat's dilemma. Harry's mind is unlike anything it's encountered. The hat takes 10 minutes, during which Harry and it have an actual conversation about power, ambition, loyalty, and what he actually wants. Final choice. Harry picks Slytherin not for ambition but for pragmatism. He needs to understand the political landscape, and he won't learn that in Gryffindor the Great Hall goes silent. Dumbledore's expression flickers. Snape looks like he swallowed poison. Daphne saves Harry a seat. Draco's furious. The political game begins immediately. Emotional core, Harry choosing his path for his own reasons, not because destiny or a hat or an old wizard decided for him. Hollow King Fred, during the feast, Harry feels something watching him. Not from inside the castle, from beneath it. A vast, patient hunger stirring in its sleep. Closing image, Harry lies in his Slytherin dorm bed, the lake's green light filtering through the windows, and hears a whisper that might be the water or might be something in his own head, finally. Someone who can hear. Chapter 4, Lessons in Fire and Ice, Opening, First Week of Classes. Harry excels instinctively at anything involving raw magical manipulation but struggles with technical wand work. His magic doesn't want to be channeled, it wants to be freed. Core events, Potions class confrontation with Snape, but Harry doesn't rise to the bait. He answers questions with quiet precision, refuses to show emotion, and treats Snape's hostility like weather. Snape can't find purchase, and it infuriates him. Flying class, Harry doesn't need a broom. When Neville falls, Harry catches him midair by becoming wind. First public display of elemental power. Half the school thinks he's a Dark Lord, the other half wants to worship him. Late-night training sessions in the Forbidden Forest with Daphne as lookout. She's helping him practice control in exchange for political alliance, pure Slytherin transaction that slowly becomes genuine friendship. Blaise approaches Harry with information, the Equilibrium has agents at Hogwarts. At least 2 professors, possibly more. He doesn't know which ones. Harry tests the professors by dropping hints about his abilities in each class and watching who reacts. Quirrell's reaction is wrong, not suspicious, but oddly hungry. First direct confrontation with Equilibrium, 3 7th-year students corner Harry, wands drawn, binding spells ready. Harry walks out through a stone wall. Literally. Merges with the rock and reforms in the hallway. Emotional core, Harry beginning to enjoy his power rather than fear it, balanced by the growing awareness that control matters more than strength. Neville Fred, Harry notices that Neville's magic is damaged, not weak. Something is blocking it. He starts investigating quietly. Closing image, in the Slytherin common room, Harry watches fire reflections on the lake ceiling and realizes he can feel something pulsing beneath the lake bed. Something ancient. Something waiting. Chapter 5, The Hollow Beneath, Opening, Halloween. The troll attack is both more and less than it seems, it's a distraction, and Harry is one of the few who realizes it immediately. Core events, while everyone focuses on the troll, Harry feels the wards shift. Someone is trying to access the 3rd-floor corridor. Harry deals with the troll by igniting the air around it, not burning it, but consuming the oxygen until it collapses. Hermione witnesses this and doesn't look at him with fear. She looks at him with questions. The trio that forms isn't Harry Ron Hermione but Harry Daphne Neville, with Blaise as occasional ally. Hermione orbits them, pulled in but not yet trusted. Investigating the Cerberus, they discover it guards a trapdoor. Harry phases through to scout, and nearly dies. The protections beyond are designed to counter elemental magic specifically. Someone expected him. The Philosopher's Stone revelation, but more importantly, someone on staff is working against Harry specifically, and it's not Quirrell. Harry can feel Quirrell's wrongness, but the anti-elemental traps came from someone else. Snape becomes a suspect, then a reluctant ally when Harry confronts him directly. Snape doesn't like Harry, but he loathes the Equilibrium more. They tried to recruit him after the First War, and their methods reminded him too much of Death Eaters. First true Hollow King manifestation, Harry dreams of a vast dark ocean, and something in its depths speaks his name. He wakes to find frost covering his bed and fire still burning on his hands. Emotional core, Harry accepting he's not just in danger, he's in a war that started 1,000 years ago, and he's barely begun to understand the sides. Malfoy thread, Draco, humiliated repeatedly, makes a choice. He approaches the Equilibrium agent on staff, revealed to be Professor Vector, and offers information on Harry in exchange for status. Closing image, Harry stands at the edge of the Black Lake at midnight, feeling the thing beneath Hogwarts stir, and knows it's going to wake whether he's ready or not. Chapter 6, The Waking Storm. Opening, Winter Holidays. Most students leave. Harry stays. Hogwarts is the only place he can contain what's growing inside him. His elemental power is increasing, and he's running out of time to learn control. Core events, Christmas morning, Dumbledore finally corners Harry for a private conversation. It's not what Harry expected. Dumbledore is tired, worried, and more honest than he's been with anyone in decades. He tells Harry about the Hollow King, about the last elemental war, about what happened to Mordred. He's not trying to manipulate, he's trying to warn. But Harry can't fully trust him, not after learning Dumbledore knew about the Dursleys and left him there anyway. Their relationship is established as complicated, mutual respect, genuine care, but damaged trust. The climax builds, Quirrell makes his move, but the stone isn't his only goal. Voldemort's shade is trying to bind to Harry, to possess an elemental vessel. The Equilibrium simultaneously activates their own plan, containment wards designed to trap Harry in the third-floor corridor forever. Harry faces Voldemort and the Equilibrium agents at once. He can't fight both. He has to make a choice. He chooses to become full elemental transformation. Harry dissolves into all four elements simultaneously, becoming a storm contained in human shape. Voldemort's shade is scattered by winds he can't possess, the Equilibrium wards shatter against power they were never designed to contain. But the transformation cracks something else. The seals on the Hollow King weaken. Harry feels it rise closer to the surface of reality. The aftermath, Quirrell is dead, Voldemort is temporarily defeated, and the Equilibrium's Hogwarts cell is exposed. But Harry knows this was a skirmish, not a victory. Final scenes, Daphne visiting Harry in the hospital wing, their friendship solidified into something deeper. Neville revealing that Harry's elemental surge unlocked something in him, his blocked magic is flowing again. Blaise delivering intelligence that the Equilibrium isn't destroyed, just regrouping. And Dumbledore, watching from the doorway, finally accepting that Harry can't be guided, only supported. Emotional climax, Harry standing on the astronomy tower as the school year ends, feeling the wind answer to his call, knowing he's not the boy who lived anymore. He's something older. Something the world hasn't seen in 1,000 years. And he's just getting started. Hollow King thread, the final line of the story isn't Harry's. It's the Hollow King's, speaking from somewhere beneath the world, not yet. But soon. The little elemental wakes, and in waking, wakes me. This is good. This is as it should be. All fires burn out. All storms pass. All things end. And I am ending, little wizard. I am ending. Overarching themes: power and responsibility. Harry's elemental abilities make him dangerous, but the story emphasizes that power without control, without purpose, is just destruction. His growth is about becoming someone worthy of what he can do. Found family. Harry's relationships with Daphne, Neville, and even Blaise aren't based on fate or proximity, they're based on mutual recognition and choice. He builds his own family. Political complexity. No faction is entirely right. The Equilibrium genuinely believes they're saving the world. Dumbledore's manipulations come from real love. Even Lucius Malfoy is protecting his family by gaining power over potential threats. Villainy here is about methods, not goals. The nature of evil. The Hollow King isn't a villain who chose darkness, it's a fundamental force of ending. It can't be redeemed because it isn't a person. Some threats can only be contained, never defeated, and learning to live with that is part of growing up. Subplot threads for future chapters/sequels: The Hollow King's slow awakening, Harry's growing elemental power and the danger of losing himself, Daphne's political maneuvering and the Greengrass family's secrets, Neville's unlocked potential and what exactly was done to him as a child, the Equilibrium's grand plan and the Weir's identity, Voldemort's continued attempts to find a suitable vessel, the Goblin treaties and what they really entitle Harry to the possibility of other elemental bloodlines. Surviving and hiding. This outline sets up a story that's immediately engaging but builds toward much larger conflicts. Harry is powerful but not unstoppable, surrounded by complex characters with their own agendas, facing threats that require more than raw strength to overcome. Ready to proceed with Chapter 1 when you give the word. Chapter 1, Blood and Gold. The lock clicked open at 2:47 in the morning. Harry held his breath, fingers still wrapped around the bent paperclip, listening for any sound from upstairs. The Dursleys slept like the dead. Vernon's snores rattled through the floorboards with mechanical regularity, but Harry had learned long ago that assumptions got you caught. He waited a full 30 seconds, counting each one, before easing the cupboard door open. The hinges didn't squeak. He'd stolen butter from the kitchen 3 days ago and worked it into the metal while the family watched television. Planning. Always planning. It was the only thing that kept him alive in this house. He slipped into the hallway, bare feet silent on the cold floor. His worldly possessions fit in his pockets, a torch he'd found in the garden shed, a stub of pencil, and 20 pounds he'd taken from Petunia's purse over the course of 3 months, never more than a coin or two at a time, never enough for her to notice. And the address. He'd found it 6 months ago while cleaning Petunia's jewelry box, a task she'd assigned specifically to humiliate him. A folded slip of paper had been wedged beneath the velvet lining, yellowed with age, covered in handwriting he didn't recognize. His mother's handwriting, he'd realized later, when he compared it to the single birthday card Petunia kept locked in her desk drawer, the only piece of Lily Potter that existed in this house. The Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross Road, London. Ask for Diagon Alley. The goblins at Gringotts will help you access the Potter Vault. He didn't know what goblins were. Didn't know what Gringotts meant or why his family apparently had a vault. But he knew, had known since he was old enough to understand the fear in Petunia's eyes when strange things happened around him, that he wasn't normal. That there was somewhere else he was supposed to be. Tonight, he was going to find it. The back door required more finesse. Vernon had installed 3 separate locks after the incident with the glass at the zoo, convinced that Harry's freakishness was somehow connected to his ability to escape punishment. Harry worked through them methodically, one at a time, using techniques he'd learned from a library book on locksmithing that he'd read during lunch breaks at school. The night air hit him like a blessing. Cool, clean, free. He didn't look back. The first bus left Little Whinging at 5:15 a.m., bound for the Staines station. Harry had memorized the schedule weeks ago, walking past the stop every day until he knew the times by heart. He waited in the shadows of a garden hedge until the headlights appeared, then emerged just as the bus slowed, boarding with the handful of early morning workers who barely glanced at the small boy with the oversized clothes and the nervous eyes. "Return to Staines," he said, sliding coins across the counter. The driver grunted, stamped a ticket, and promptly forgot he existed. That was fine. Harry was good at being forgotten. The journey to London took 3 hours and 4 transfers. Harry navigated each one with the map he'd drawn from memory, having studied the London Underground system in the school library until the routes were burned into his brain. He didn't trust asking for help. Adults asked questions: where are your parents, why are you alone, shouldn't you be in school, and questions led to phone calls, and phone calls led back to Privet Drive. He'd die before he went back there. Not metaphorically. Vernon's face, purple with rage, fist raised, Harry touched the bruise on his ribs automatically, then forced his hand down. No point thinking about it. He was leaving. That chapter was over. London swallowed him whole. He'd never seen so many people, so much noise, so much everything. The crowds moved like water, flowing around obstacles, carrying Harry along in their current. He kept his head down and his hands in his pockets and tried to look like he belonged. Charing Cross Road was easy to find. The Leaky Cauldron was not. Harry walked the street 3 times, checking every shop front, every doorway, every gap between buildings. Nothing. Just bookshops and cafes and 1,000 Londoners who all had somewhere to be. He was starting to think the note had been a cruel joke, something Petunia had kept specifically to torment her sister's memory, when he saw her. A woman in a purple cloak. She walked out of a bookshop, paper bag under one arm, looking entirely ordinary except for the fact that she was wearing a floor-length cloak in July. Harry watched her check her watch, mutter something under her breath, and stride purposefully down the street, and vanish. She didn't turn a corner. Didn't enter a shop. One moment she was there, and the next she simply wasn't, as if she'd stepped through a door Harry couldn't see. He ran. The spot where she disappeared looked like nothing. A grimy stretch of wall between a bookshop and a record store, the kind of gap you'd walk past 1,000 times without ever noticing. Harry pressed his hand against the brick, expecting cold stone, and felt warmth. Welcome. Recognition. The bricks shivered under his palm. And then they began to fold away. The Leaky Cauldron smelled like pipe smoke, old beer, and magic. Harry didn't know how he knew that last part. He'd never smelled magic before, had no frame of reference for what magic should smell like, but some deep part of him recognized it instantly. It smelled like lightning and autumn leaves and the moment before a storm breaks, wild and electric and alive. The pub was dark, lit by candles that flickered in colors that fire shouldn't be. The patrons were dressed in robes, in cloaks, in pointed hats that would have gotten them committed on the street outside. A woman at the bar had a small dragon perched on her shoulder, and nobody seemed to think this was unusual. Harry stood frozen in the doorway, trying to understand. This is real. This is where I come from. This is what I am. Well, don't just stand there, lad. You'll let the muggles see. The speaker was an old man behind the bar, bald as an egg, missing several teeth, with a warm smile that crinkled his entire face. He waved Harry inside with a dish towel, and the bricks folded shut behind him. First time in the alley, the bartender asked. You've got that look about you. Muggle-born, I expect. Harry didn't know what that meant. He shook his head. I'm looking for Gringotts. The Goblin Bank. The bartender's eyebrows rose. Bank business, is it? Bit young for that, aren't you? Where are your parents? Dead. The word came out flat, practiced. Harry had learned that saying it without emotion made people ask fewer questions. I'm here to access my vault. The Potter Vault. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The bartender dropped his dishcloth. A woman at a nearby table gasped and knocked over her drink. A man by the fireplace stood so quickly his chair fell over. And then everyone was staring at Harry with expressions that mixed awe, excitement, and something that looked uncomfortably like worship. Potter, the bartender whispered. You're not, you can't be, the scar, let me see. Harry took a step back, hand rising instinctively to his forehead. I don't, bless my soul. The bartender's voice broke. Harry Potter. In my pub. After all these years. Tom, fetch the, no, wait, everyone needs to see, people were approaching. Reaching for him. Hands extended, eyes bright, voices overlapping, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, defeated you-know-who, can I touch him, is it really him? Harry ran. He didn't know where. Through the pub, past the grabbing hands, through a back door into a courtyard that was brick on all sides with no exit. Dead end. He could hear them following, their excited voices bouncing off the walls. His heart pounded. His breath came short. The bruise on his ribs throbbed, and for a terrible moment he was back in the cupboard, Vernon's footsteps overhead, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, the air around him grew hot. Not warm. Hot. The kind of heat that came off pavement in August, that shimmered and danced and made the world ripple. Harry looked at his hands and saw light, not reflected light, not torchlight, but light coming from him, golden and fierce and growing brighter with each panicked heartbeat. No. No, not here, not now. Remarkable, said a voice. Truly remarkable. The crowd had stopped at the courtyard entrance. They were staring at Harry with a new expression now, one that had lost its worship and gained something closer to fear. Between them, pushing through with an authority that parted the mob like water, came a figure Harry didn't recognize. A goblin. Harry knew it instantly, the same way he'd known the smell of magic. The creature was short, barely 4 feet tall, with long, clever fingers and a face that was all angles and sharp intelligence. His eyes were black from corner to corner, and they were fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt like being X-rayed. You, the goblin said, should not be here. You should not be possible. He turned to the crowd. This child is under Gringotts' protection. Disperse, or face the consequences of interfering in goblin affairs. The crowd melted away. Nobody argued. Harry's hands were still glowing. I can't, I don't know how to stop it, then don't. The goblin studied him with clinical interest. You are Harry Potter. The test will confirm it, but your blood sings loud enough to hear from across the alley. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts Bank. You will come with me now. Why? The goblin smiled, showing teeth that were very sharp and very numerous. Because, Mr. Potter, you are about to learn what you actually are. And I suspect the answer will be worth a great deal of gold. Gringotts towered over Diagon Alley like a crooked white fist, its marble columns gleaming in the morning light. Harry followed Ragnarok through doors that were 3 times his height, past guards with axes and armor who saluted the director as he passed. The interior was vast and cold and full of the scratch of quills and the clink of gold, 1,000 transactions happening simultaneously under ceilings so high they disappeared into shadow. Nobody stared at him here. The goblins had eyes only for their work, and whatever other wizards and witches were conducting business, they were too absorbed in their own affairs to notice a small boy trailing after their director. It was the first time since entering the magical world that Harry felt like he could breathe. You escaped your guardians, Ragnarok observed, not looking back. The wards around your residence were designed to be impenetrable. There were wards. Blood wards. Ancient magic, tied to your mother's sacrifice. You should not have been able to leave. The goblin paused at a door marked with symbols Harry couldn't read. And yet here you are. Interesting. Will you send me back? Ragnarok turned. His black eyes reflected Harry's face like dark mirrors. Goblins do not involve ourselves in the custody arrangements of wizards. You are here to conduct bank business. That is all that concerns us. He pushed open the door. However, if your bank business takes several weeks to complete, and if you require lodging during that time, such arrangements could certainly be made. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The testing chamber awaits, and I suspect you will find the experience enlightening. The room was circular, carved from living rock, lit by torches that burned without smoke or heat. In the center stood a pedestal of black stone, and on the pedestal sat a bowl of silver that seemed to absorb the light around it. The inheritance test, Ragnarok said. 3 drops of blood in the vessel. The magic does the rest. He produced a small knife, its blade gleaming with an oily sheen. This will sting. Harry held out his hand without hesitation. He'd had worse. The knife bit. 3 drops of blood, red, ordinary, human, fell into the silver bowl and began to hiss. Not sizzle. Not steam. Hiss, like a living thing, like a snake coiling in on itself. The blood writhed in the bowl, and Harry felt something stir in his chest in response, something that had been sleeping his entire life and was only now opening its eyes. Interesting, Ragnarok murmured. Most interesting. The bowl exploded. Not upward. Not outward. The silver vessel simply ceased to exist, replaced by a column of white fire that shot toward the ceiling and kept going, burning through stone as if it were paper. Alarms began to sound, deep and thunderous, and Harry heard the pound of running feet from somewhere distant. He should have been terrified. He should have been running. Instead, he felt right. The fire was him. Not burning him, not hurting him, but flowing through him like blood through veins. He could feel its hunger, its joy, its desperate need to consume, but also its willingness to be shaped, to be guided, to serve if only he knew how to ask. He asked. The column of fire condensed. Shrank. Drew itself back into Harry's body until only a warm glow remained, dancing beneath his skin like captured lightning. He looked at his hands and saw flames still flickering between his fingers, tiny and tame, waiting for his command. By the old gods, Ragnarok breathed. The testing chamber was ruined. The bowl was gone, leaving only a circle of melted silver. The stone ceiling had a hole in it the size of a dinner table, through which Harry could see a shocked goblin on the floor above, staring down with an expression of absolute disbelief. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "I didn't mean, do not apologize." Ragnarok's voice had changed. The clinical interest was gone, replaced by something that might have been awe, or fear, or both. "Do you understand what just happened? Do you have any idea what you are?" "No. That bowl has been used for 10,000 inheritance tests over 6 centuries. It was crafted by the finest goblin artificers to withstand any magical reaction. It was indestructible." Ragnarok's hands were shaking. Harry had not thought goblins could shake. "And your blood, 3 drops of your blood, not only destroyed it but burned through 17 feet of solid granite. What does that mean?" Ragnarok laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "It means, Mr. Potter, that the paperwork is going to be extraordinary." He straightened his robes with hands that still trembled. "It also means that you are not merely the heir to the Potter fortune. You are not merely the boy who lived. You are an elemental wizard, the firstborn in over 1,000 years." The words hung in the air. Harry felt their weight even though he didn't understand them. "What's an elemental wizard?" "Sit down," Ragnarok said. "This will take some time to explain." 3 goblins brought chairs. 3 more brought tea, though they kept their distance from Harry as if he might explode again at any moment. Ragnarok sat across from him in a chamber that was considerably less destroyed, studying him with an intensity that made Harry feel like a specimen under glass. "Magic," Ragnarok began, "as most wizards understand it, is a force that flows through individuals. It enters them, is shaped by their will and their wand, and exits as spells. This is how it has been for thousands of years. Wizards are channels, pipes, if you will, through which magic passes." Harry nodded. This aligned with what little he'd managed to piece together from context. Elemental wizards are different. You are not a channel for magic. You are magic. Or more precisely, you are an embodiment of the fundamental forces that comprise reality. Fire. Water. Earth. Air. These are not merely elements to you, they are aspects of your being. Extensions of your will. When you desire flame, you do not cast a spell to create it. You simply become fire, and fire becomes you. Harry looked at his hands. The flames were gone now, but he could still feel them waiting beneath his skin, patient and warm. "Why me?" "Bloodlines." Ragnarok's voice was clinical again, the scholar overtaking the awed observer. "The capacity for elemental magic is hereditary, passed down through families that have largely died out. Your mother's line, the Evanses, contained a dormant strain. As did your father's, though so diluted it hadn't manifested in centuries. The combination of both, plus whatever unique magical conditions surrounded your birth, activated the dormant potential. My mother was magical. Intensely so. Lily Evans was one of the most talented witches of her generation, though she was classified as Muggle-born. Ragnarok paused. It seems that classification was incorrect. She was merely the first in many generations to express her family's magical heritage. Harry filed this away. He would want to know more about his mother, everything about her, but not now. Now there were more pressing questions. The last elemental wizard. You said there hasn't been one in 1,000 years. Correct. The last was Mordred, son of Morgana Le Fay, who died in 987 AD. Ragnarok's expression shifted. Died is perhaps not the right word. He ended. In grief over his mother's death, he lost control of his powers and transformed fully into elemental fire. The resulting conflagration burned for 3 years and created what is now known as the Sahara Desert. Harry's blood went cold. He made a desert. He made the desert. The largest on Earth. Ragnarok leaned forward. Do you understand now, Mr. Potter, why your existence is significant? An elemental wizard is not merely powerful, he is a force of nature. In full manifestation, you could level mountains. Boil seas. Reshape the face of the world. I'm 11. Yes. You are 11, and you have no training, no control, and no idea what you're capable of. Which is why you will remain at Gringotts until such time as you can touch a candle without risking citywide immolation. It should have terrified him. It did terrify him, on some level, the idea that he could accidentally destroy everything around him, that his fear or anger or pain could translate into literal fire. But beneath the terror was something else. Something that felt, absurdly, like relief. This is why they were afraid of me. The Dursleys. Their hatred, their cruelty, the locks and the cupboard and the constant, grinding campaign to make him small and quiet and nothing, it made a sick kind of sense now. They hadn't hated him because he was strange. They'd hated him because some part of them knew what he was. What he could become. The people in the pub, Harry said slowly. They called me the boy who lived. They said I defeated someone. Voldemort. Ragnarok said the name without flinching. A Dark Lord who terrorized the wizarding world for 11 years. He killed your parents on October 31st, 1981. When he turned his wand on you, something happened, no one knows precisely what, and the killing curse rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed. You survived with nothing but that scar. Harry touched his forehead. The lightning bolt shape, the one Petunia had always told him came from the car crash that killed his parents. Another lie in a lifetime of lies. Why did he try to kill me? That remains one of the great mysteries. Various theories exist, but none have been confirmed. Ragnarok's eyes glittered. Though I suspect, given today's revelations, that the answer may have something to do with what you are. If Voldemort somehow learned of your elemental potential, he would have wanted to stop me before I grew into it. Or capture you. Control you. An elemental wizard bound to a Dark Lord's will would be an army unto himself. Ragnarok stood. But this is speculation. What matters now is your safety, your training, and ensuring that your existence does not trigger another elemental war. Another? The last elemental wizards did not die out peacefully, Mr. Potter. They were hunted. Murdered. Driven to extinction by those who feared their power. His voice dropped. There are organizations that still exist whose sole purpose is to ensure no elemental ever rises again. They have been dormant for centuries. Your awakening will have been felt across the magical world. They will be coming. Harry's hands closed into fists. The warmth beneath his skin pulsed, eager and ready. Let them come. Ragnarok smiled, and this time there was genuine approval in it. We have much to teach you before you can back up those words, Mr. Potter. But the sentiment is appreciated. He gestured toward the door. Come. Your quarters are prepared, and there are treaties to discuss. Treaties? Gringotts has ancient alliances with the elemental bloodlines, dating back to before wizards built their first settlements. Those alliances grant you certain protections, and certain obligations. You are now our most valuable client, Mr. Potter. The goblin's smile widened. And goblins take very good care of valuable clients. Harry's quarters were nothing like the cupboard. 3 rooms, a bedroom, a study, and a bathroom with a tub the size of a small pool, carved into the living rock of Gringotts' deepest levels. The furniture was stone and metal, goblin-made, built to last millennia. The bed was softer than anything he'd ever slept on. The fire in the hearth burned without fuel, changing colors as Harry's mood shifted. He sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, just breathing. I have a place. I have a name they respect. I have power. The Dursleys couldn't touch him here. Couldn't reach him, couldn't hurt him, couldn't make him small again. He was done with that life. Done being nothing. The fire in the hearth crackled. Harry watched the flames dance, orange and gold and red, alive and hungry, and realized they were moving in time with his heartbeat. Flickering faster when his pulse quickened, dimming when he calmed, responding to him as if they were an extension of his body. He held out his hand, palm up, and thought about warmth. A small flame appeared, hovering an inch above his skin. It didn't burn. It felt like cupping sunshine, like holding a living thing that wanted nothing more than to please him. "What are you?" he whispered. The flame flickered brighter. If it could have spoken, Harry thought it might have answered, "I am you. I am what you are becoming. I am fire, and fire is all I have ever been, and now you are fire too, and we will never be cold again." He closed his fist, and the flame vanished. Sleep should have been impossible, but exhaustion claimed him within minutes of lying down. The journey, the revelations, the sheer enormity of everything he'd learned, his body demanded rest, and for once, Harry was in a place safe enough to give it. He dreamed of flames. Morning came without sunlight. This deep in Gringotts, there was no day or night, only the endless flickering of magical torches, but Harry woke feeling more rested than he could ever remember. Breakfast was waiting in his study, eggs and bacon and toast, along with a steaming pot of tea and a note in precise, angular handwriting. "Mr. Potter, your training begins at 9 o'clock. Please be dressed and prepared by then. Do not attempt to leave these quarters without an escort." Ragnarok. Harry ate quickly, discovering that he was ravenous in a way he'd never been at Privet Drive. There, food had been a carefully rationed resource, each meal calculated to keep him functional without making him strong. Here, the portions were generous, and no one was counting. At exactly 9 o'clock, a knock sounded at his door. The goblin who entered was not Ragnarok. He was older, scarred, with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite and a stance that suggested violence was his native language. "I am Grimjaw," the goblin said. "War Master of the 2nd Legion. I fought in the rebellion of 1612. I have killed 17 wizards in single combat. I will be your combat instructor." Harry stood. "What will you teach me? How to survive?" Grimjaw's eyes swept over him, assessing. "You are small. Weak. Underfed. You have power that could burn cities, but you cannot run a mile without collapsing. This is unacceptable." "I agree." The answer seemed to surprise the goblin. "You do not argue. You do not say you are fine as you are." "No." Harry met Grimjaw's eyes without flinching. "I was weak because they kept me weak. That's over. Teach me to be strong." Grimjaw studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a terrible expression on a face that was clearly not designed for smiling. "Perhaps you will survive after all, Mr. Potter. Come." The training hall was a cavern of black stone, lit by braziers that burned with eerie blue flames. Weapons lined the walls, swords, axes, spears, things Harry didn't have names for, and the floor was marked with circles and runes that he couldn't read. "First," Grimjaw said, "we test what you can do." He picked up a wooden training sword and threw it to Harry. The weight was wrong, too heavy for a boy his size, awkward in his small hands, but Harry caught it cleanly and assumed a stance he'd seen in movies, which Grimjaw immediately corrected with a sharp tap of his staff. Television is not training. Again. Weight forward, knees bent, sword at the center line. They worked on stance for an hour. Just stance, how to stand, how to hold the weapon, how to shift weight without losing balance. Harry's muscles screamed within 20 minutes, unaccustomed to the demands being placed on them, but he didn't complain. He'd endured worse than sore legs. Adequate, Grimjaw pronounced finally. You listen, at least. Now we test your magic. He led Harry to the center of the room, where a stone pillar rose from the floor. On top of the pillar sat a candle, small, white, unlit. Light it. Harry had no idea how. No wand, no words, no instructions. He stared at the candle, then at Grimjaw, then back at the candle. I don't know, you are fire. Grimjaw's voice was flat, impatient. You proved this yesterday by destroying an indestructible artifact. Now prove it again, with intention. Light the candle. Harry looked at the candle. He thought about the flame that had appeared in his palm last night, the warmth that lived beneath his skin, the way the fire in his hearth had responded to his heartbeat. He thought about wanting it to burn. The candle didn't light. The candle vaporized, along with the top 6 inches of the stone pillar, consumed by a flash of white fire that was there and gone before Harry could blink. Too much, Grimjaw observed calmly. Again. A new candle appeared on the ruined pillar. Harry stared at it, already exhausted, the reserves of power within him feeling measurably dimmer. How do I control it? You practice. Again. The second candle lasted half a second longer before becoming ash. The third made it to a full second. By the 10th, Harry was shaking with exhaustion and frustration, sweat dripping down his face, his internal fire dimmed to embers. Enough. Grimjaw set down his staff. You learn quickly, but your reserves are shallow. This will improve with training. I'm tired. Yes. Power has costs. The more you use, the more you pay. The goblin's expression softened slightly, or at least became less actively hostile. You did well for a first session. Most elementals your age would have burned themselves out attempting half as much. Harry looked at the row of destroyed pillars, each one a monument to his inability to control his own power. It doesn't feel like I did well. Feelings are irrelevant. Progress is measured in results. Yesterday, you could not summon fire on command. Today, you summoned it 23 times. Grimjaw handed him a flask of water. Drink. Eat. Rest. Tomorrow we begin again. The days blurred together. Harry trained with Grimjaw every morning, physical conditioning, combat fundamentals, and elemental control. In the afternoons, a goblin scholar named Snaggock taught him history, the rise and fall of the elemental bloodlines, the wars they'd fought, the powers they'd wielded and the prices they'd paid. In the evenings, Ragnarok himself came to discuss politics, the current state of wizarding Britain, the factions and families, the alliances and enmities that Harry would need to navigate. He learned that his parents had been heroes. That James Potter had died defending him, buying Lily enough time to work whatever magic had saved Harry's life. That Lily's last words had been a spell, not a curse or a hex but a binding, tying her love and her life force to her son in a way that no dark magic could break. He learned that he was famous. The boy who lived, celebrated in songs and stories, his name taught to magical children before they could walk. It made him uncomfortable in ways he couldn't fully articulate, being praised for something he couldn't remember, couldn't have consciously chosen, couldn't even explain. He learned that Voldemort's followers still existed. Death Eaters, they were called, and while their master was gone, many of them had escaped justice. They held positions of power in the Ministry of Magic, in businesses, in the old families. And they hated Harry with a passion that defied reason. Lucius Malfoy, Ragnar said one evening, showing Harry a photograph of a pale man with white blonde hair and cold eyes. One of the richest wizards in Britain. He claimed to have been under the Imperius curse during the war, magically controlled against his will. The Ministry believed him, or chose to pretend they did. And the truth? The truth is that Malfoy was one of Voldemort's inner circle. He bankrolled the Death Eater war effort. He participated in raids, murders, torture sessions. Ragnar's voice was flat. He is also intelligent, patient, and politically connected. He has been waiting 11 years for you to emerge into the magical world. He has plans for you. What kind of plans? We do not know specifically. But Malfoy collects power the way other men collect art. An alliance with the boy who lived would legitimize his position, silence his critics, give him access to your celebrity and, now, your elemental potential. The goblin's eyes glittered. He will approach you with offers of friendship, mentorship, guidance. He will seem reasonable, helpful, wise. He will give you exactly what you need. Harry nodded slowly. And in return, I'll owe him. Just so. The debt will seem small at first, a favor here, a word there, but it will grow. By the time you realize the extent of your obligations, extraction will be impossible. Ragnar set down the photograph. This is how power works in the wizarding world, Mr. Potter. Not through force but through leverage. Remember this. I will. 3 weeks into his Gringotts education, Harry finally asked the question that had been burning in him since his arrival. Who else knows? About what I am? Ragnar set down his tea. They were in his office now, surrounded by maps and treaties and documents that covered every surface. At present? The goblins of Gringotts, who are bound by client confidentiality. The weigher of the equilibrium, who likely detected your awakening within moments. And perhaps, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore. The chief warlock. And headmaster of Hogwarts. Supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. The most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly the world. Ragnar's expression was carefully neutral. He is also the man who placed you with your mother's relatives and set wards to ensure you remained there until age 11. He has been hunting for you since you disappeared. Harry's hands clenched. He knew. He knew what was happening to me there, and he left me. We do not know what he knew. Dumbledore plays games within games, and his true motivations are rarely apparent. The goblin paused. He is not evil, by most reckonings. He fought against Voldemort, against Grindelwald before him. He has dedicated his life to protecting the wizarding world from dark forces. But he uses people. He uses everyone, Mr. Potter. It is simply his nature. The question is not whether he will try to use you, he will, but whether his goals align with yours sufficiently to make his manipulation tolerable. Harry stood and walked to the window. His quarters had no windows, but Ragnar's office had one, an enchanted view showing the Diagon Alley he'd fled through weeks ago, bustling with witches and wizards going about their daily lives. What's the equilibrium? Ragnar was silent for a long moment. An organization that formed in the aftermath of the last elemental war. Their stated purpose is to prevent another such catastrophe. They believe, perhaps correctly, that elemental wizards are too dangerous to exist. Too powerful. Too prone to destruction. They want to kill me? Not necessarily. Killing an elemental risks releasing their power in an uncontrolled burst. The destruction could be catastrophic. The goblin's voice was measured. What they want is to contain you. Bind your power. Make you safe. Harry turned. The fire beneath his skin pulsed with a sudden heat that he had to consciously suppress. I won't be put in another cage. Then you will need to become strong enough to prevent it. Ragnar stood and joined him at the window. The equilibrium has agents everywhere, in governments, in schools, even in Gringotts. They have been watching, waiting, for 11 centuries. They have resources, knowledge, and patience. They are not to be underestimated. How do I fight them? By being more valuable as an ally than as a prisoner. By building your own networks, your own alliances, your own power base. Ragnar's smile was thin but genuine. This is why you study politics, Mr. Potter. War is not only fought with swords and fire. Sometimes the most devastating weapon is a contract signed in the right office. The test came sooner than Harry expected. He was in the training hall, practicing elemental manifestation under Grimjaw's critical eye, when the alarms began to sound. What is that? Intrusion. Grimjaw was already moving, staff in hand, his relaxed instructor's manner vanishing into something colder and more dangerous. Stay here. Do not leave this room. He was gone before Harry could argue. Harry stood alone in the flickering blue light, listening to distant sounds, shouts, the clash of metal, the distinctive crack of magical combat. His power stirred beneath his skin, eager and ready, and for the first time since arriving at Gringotts, he felt genuinely afraid. Not of the intruders, whoever they were. Of himself. Of what he might do if he lost control in a confined space, surrounded by goblins who had shown him nothing but respect and protection. Breathe. Focus. You are fire, but fire can be contained. Fire can be directed. The door to the training hall exploded inward. 3 figures stood in the smoke and rubble, wizards in black robes, faces hidden behind silver masks that seemed to crawl with runes. Their wands were already extended, already glowing with the sickly green light of spells that Harry somehow knew were designed to kill. Harry Potter. The lead figure's voice was smooth, cultured, utterly devoid of warmth. The Weir sends his regards. You are coming with us. Harry's hands ignited. He didn't decide to do it. His body moved on instinct, responding to threat the way a hawk responds to movement, and suddenly fire was pouring from his palms in twin streams of white-hot fury that screamed through the air toward his attackers. The lead wizard raised a hand, and a shield materialized, not from a wand but from the air itself, a wall of crystallized light that deflected Harry's flames with contemptuous ease. Elemental magic. There was satisfaction in the voice now. We hoped. We believed. But to see it, contain him, said another of the masked figures. Before he brings the ceiling down. They moved. Not like normal wizards, wands waving and incantations chanted, but like predators, fluid, coordinated, each one compensating for the other's movements without a word exchanged. Spells flew toward Harry, not to kill but to bind, chains of light that sought to wrap around his limbs and pin him in place. He became wind. The transition was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. One moment he was solid, flesh and bone and screaming fear, the next he was air, diffuse and everywhere, flowing around the binding spells like water around stones. He didn't know how he'd done it. He wasn't even sure he was still alive. But he could move. He flowed across the room, around the attackers, behind them, and reformed with a gasp, his body solid again, his power dimming dangerously from the exertion. Impressive, the lead wizard said, turning. But unsustainable. You have minutes of power left at most. We can wait. Harry's hands shook. He could feel the truth in the words, his reserves were draining, his fire dimming, his very ability to exist in elemental form flickering like a candle in a storm. I'm going to lose. The thought should have broken him. Should have sent him crashing back to the cupboard, to the dark certainty that he would always be powerless, always be prey. Instead, it made him angry. Not the blind rage of the Dursleys' house, where anger meant bruises and silence. This was something else, cold, focused, deliberate. A flame that burned not hot but true, steady and undying. He planted his feet. Drew on every scrap of power remaining in his body. Looked the lead wizard in his masked face. You want to contain me? The fire came from everywhere. Not from his hands this time, but from the torches on the walls, from the braziers throughout the room, from the very air itself. Every flame in the training hall moved, drawn to Harry like iron to a magnet, converging on him and into him until he blazed like a small sun. You can try. He released everything he had. When Grimjaw and the Gringotts guards finally arrived, the training hall was a ruin. The three masked wizards were gone, not dead, Harry thought, but definitely gone, expelled from the bank by a force that had cracked the stone floor and melted the weapon racks to slag. The walls were scorched. The ceiling had partially collapsed. Small fires still burned in a dozen places, though they were dying now, starved of the will that had called them into being. Harry sat in the center of the destruction, barely conscious, his power completely spent. You're alive. Grimjaw knelt beside him, checking for injuries with surprisingly gentle hands. You shouldn't be. That discharge should have burned you to ash along with everything else. Elementals are fire, Harry managed. You can't burn fire. Grimjaw laughed, actually laughed, a sound Harry had never heard from him before. You may survive this after all, Mr. Potter. He helped Harry to his feet. Come. Ragnarok will want a report, and you need food and rest. Tomorrow, I'm fine. Tomorrow, Grimjaw repeated firmly, you will begin learning control. Burning down training halls is impressive, but burning down the right things at the right times is useful. Harry didn't argue. He was too exhausted to argue, too drained to do anything but let himself be led back to his quarters. But somewhere in his chest, beneath the fatigue and the fading warmth of spent power, something new was burning. Not anger. Not fear. Purpose. He'd defeated 3 trained equilibrium operatives. Not through skill or cunning but through raw, undisciplined power, power that he could feel already beginning to regenerate, flowing back into him like water filling an empty vessel. He would learn control. He would learn strategy, politics, combat, every tool he needed to survive and thrive in this strange new world. And when the equilibrium came for him again, because they would, he had no doubt of that, he would be ready. In the ruins of the training hall, something stirred. Not a person. Not a creature. Just a shadow, watching from a crack in the damaged wall, darker than darkness should be. It had no eyes, but it saw. It had no ears, but it heard. It had no voice, but when Harry had unleashed his power, it had felt something it had not felt in 1,000 years. Recognition. Kinship. Hunger. The Hollow King turned its attention toward the surface, toward the world of light and life that it had been denied for so long. The seals still held. The prison still bound it. But the prison was weakening, and for the first time since its imprisonment, it could feel the way out. The little elemental would grow. Would train. Would become strong. And with every exercise of power, every flame called and dismissed, every transformation from flesh to fire and back again, the seals would crack a little more. The Hollow King settled back into its eternal patience. It could wait. It had waited 1,000 years already. What was a few more months? All things end, it thought. Even cages. Even chains. Even the world. And I am ending, little wizard. I am ending. In his quarters, Harry Potter stared at the fire in his hearth and felt, for just a moment, something ancient and vast staring back. Then he blinked, and the feeling was gone. He was tired. So tired. Just seeing things. He slept. And in his dreams, dark waters moved beneath darker skies, and something in the depths called his name. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Forge and the Frost. The goblin healer's hands glowed with a silver light that made Harry's bones ache. Hold still, she commanded, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. The meridians are still damaged from your display last night. If you move, I will have to start over. Harry held still. He'd learned quickly that goblin healers did not make idle threats. 3 weeks had passed since the equilibrium attack. 3 weeks of intensified training, of political lessons that made his head spin, of learning to pull his power back instead of always pushing it out. Grimjaw had doubled his physical conditioning regimen, and Snagik had added combat history to his curriculum, not just what elementals could do, but how they had been defeated. Know your weaknesses before your enemies do, the old scholar had said. Then eliminate them. The healer finished her work and stepped back, wiping her hands on a cloth that immediately caught fire and burned to ash. Your channels are clear. The damage from overextension has healed. You may resume training tomorrow. Thank you. She snorted. Do not thank me. Thank the resilience of your bloodline. Any normal wizard would have burned out their core attempting what you did. Her black eyes studied him with clinical interest. You are either very lucky or very foolish, Mr. Potter. Possibly both. Harry didn't argue. He'd come to accept that goblins expressed affection through criticism. It was oddly comfortable, actually, more honest than the Dursleys' sneering or the wizards' fawning. He found Ragnarok waiting in the corridor outside the healing chambers, which was unusual. The director rarely sought Harry out, he preferred to summon people to his office, where the power dynamics were clearly established. Walk with me, Ragnarok said without preamble. They walked. The corridors of Gringotts' depths were labyrinthine, carved from living rock over millennia, but Harry had learned to navigate them through a combination of memory and elemental sense. He could feel the flow of air through the passages, the heat of forges in the distance, the subtle vibrations of 1,000 goblins going about their work. You have been with us for 6 weeks, Ragnarok said eventually. You have learned much. You have survived an assassination attempt. You have demonstrated remarkable aptitude for elemental magic. But the goblin smiled thinly. But the world does not pause for your education, Mr. Potter. Events are moving. Your presence in Gringotts cannot remain secret forever, and those who seek to control you are running out of patience. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. The equilibrium? Among others. Ragnarok stopped at an intersection, where a shaft of light from some distant opening illuminated the stone walls. Albus Dumbledore has requested a formal meeting. He knows you are here, he has likely known since the day of your arrival, but he has respected our sovereignty until now. That respect is eroding. What does he want? Ostensibly, to ensure your safety and discuss your upcoming enrollment at Hogwarts. The term begins in 3 weeks, and your name has been on the roster since your birth. Ragnarok's expression was carefully neutral. In reality, he wishes to assess you. To determine how much you know, how much you have grown, and how much of his carefully laid plan can be salvaged. Harry considered this. He'd learned a great deal about Dumbledore in his weeks of study, the man's history, his power, his brilliance, and his well-documented tendency to treat people as chess pieces in games only he fully understood. Do I have to meet with him? No. Gringotts will continue to offer you sanctuary as long as you wish it. But, Ragnarok paused, choosing his words carefully. Isolation has its costs. You cannot build alliances from within these walls. You cannot attend Hogwarts without entering the wizarding world. And you cannot fulfill your potential if you spend your life hiding from those who would use you. So I should meet him. I am saying that meeting him has advantages. Refusing has different advantages. The choice is yours. The goblin resumed walking. There is also the matter of Lucius Malfoy. The Death Eater. The former Death Eater, according to official records. He has formally requested an introduction to you through appropriate channels, a request we have been declining for weeks. However, we have received intelligence that he plans to arrange a chance encounter in Diagon Alley. Ragnarok's voice dripped with contempt. He is not subtle, but he is persistent. Harry absorbed this information. He'd known he couldn't hide forever, had never intended to, but the prospect of actually facing these people, of navigating their schemes and manipulations with nothing but 6 weeks of training. You are fire, he reminded himself. Fire does not hide from the wind. Fire grows. Arrange the meeting with Dumbledore, he said. Here, in Gringotts, on our terms. As for Malfoy, let him try his chance encounter. I'd like to see what he does when his target isn't as naive as he expected. Ragnar's smile widened into something that might almost have been approval. Very good, Mr. Potter. I will make the arrangements. Dumbledore came 3 days later. Harry watched from Ragnar's office window, the enchanted view showing the bank's main entrance, as the most powerful wizard in Britain approached. He was tall and thin, with silver hair and a beard that fell past his waist, wearing robes of deep purple embroidered with golden stars. He looked exactly like the pictures Harry had seen, ancient, wise, and radiating a gentle benevolence that made people instinctively trust him. Harry didn't trust him at all. He's here, he said. Yes. Ragnar didn't look up from the documents he was reviewing. He will be escorted to the formal reception chamber. We will join him in precisely 7 minutes. Why 7? Because making Albus Dumbledore wait is a small pleasure, and I allow myself few pleasures. The goblin's expression was deadpan. Also, it establishes the power dynamics clearly. He has come to us. He waits at our convenience. Harry found himself smiling despite his nerves. Goblin politics were brutal, but there was something satisfying about their straightforward approach to power. The reception chamber was neutral ground, impressive without being ostentatious, designed to host negotiations between equals. Dumbledore rose as they entered, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles in a way that made Harry instantly wary. Harry, my boy. His voice was warm, grandfatherly, concerned. I cannot tell you how relieved I am to see you safe. When you disappeared from Privet Drive, I feared the worst. Did you? Harry kept his voice flat. Funny. I spent 10 years fearing the worst in that house, and no one seemed particularly concerned. The twinkle dimmed slightly. I understand you may have difficult feelings about your placement with the Dursleys. That was never my intention. The blood wards that protected you required that I be starved and beaten and locked in a cupboard. Harry felt his power stir beneath his skin, a warm pulse that he carefully controlled. Required that I be told my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. Required that I never know what I was, where I came from, or that magic even existed. Dumbledore's expression shifted, a flash of genuine pain that might have been real or might have been another manipulation. I did not know the extent of your mistreatment. I should have checked more carefully. That failure will haunt me for the rest of my days. Will it? Yes, Harry. It will. The old wizard sat heavily, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. I have made many mistakes in my life. Leaving you with the Dursleys without proper oversight may prove to be the worst of them. Harry studied him, searching for the lie. He'd become good at reading people, necessity had taught him that in the Dursleys' house, but Dumbledore was difficult. The man's sincerity seemed genuine, but so did his manipulation. It was possible, Harry realized, for both to be true simultaneously. What do you want? To ensure your safety. To see that you receive the education you deserve. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and Harry felt a subtle pressure against his mind, not aggressive, just curious. He slammed mental walls into place, and the pressure withdrew immediately. My apologies, Dumbledore said mildly. An old habit. Your mental defenses are remarkably strong for someone your age. Goblins are thorough teachers. So I see. The twinkle was returning. You have grown remarkably in a short time, Harry. Not just in magical power, though I sense that has developed considerably, but in presence. In confidence. In the ability to navigate political conversation. He glanced at Ragnar, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. The Goblin Nation has invested heavily in you. I wonder why. Client confidentiality, Ragnox said blandly. Of course. Dumbledore returned his attention to Harry. The Hogwarts term begins on September 1st. Your name has been enrolled since birth. I hope you will still attend. Harry had thought about this extensively. Hogwarts was dangerous, full of unknown enemies, difficult to control, requiring him to operate on someone else's territory. But it was also necessary. The contacts he would make, the skills he would learn, the alliances he would build, they couldn't be replicated in goblin tunnels. I'll attend, he said. But I have conditions. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Conditions? First, no attempts to control my living situation, my schedule, or my activities outside of academic requirements. I'm not a child who needs guidance. I'm a person who makes his own decisions. You are 11 years old, and I've survived more in 11 years than most people face in a lifetime. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not asking for permission. I'm establishing expectations. A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. What else? Second, I want access to restricted materials in the library, specifically anything relating to elemental magic, blood magic, and defensive theory. I know what I am, Professor. Pretending otherwise helps no one. Those materials are restricted for good reason, and I'm not a normal student. Ragnox will vouch for my maturity and discretion. If you need references on my ability to handle dangerous knowledge responsibly, I can provide them. Dumbledore's expression had shifted again, less grandfatherly now, more assessing. Harry had the sense of being weighed, measured, and found interesting. You have changed considerably from the child I expected to find, the headmaster said quietly. I had planned to introduce you to our world gently, to give you friends and joy and a chance at a normal childhood before the burdens of your destiny descended. Instead, I find a young man who speaks of conditions and negotiations and power politics. Would you prefer the scared child you expected? No. The answer was immediate and, Harry thought, genuine. That child would have been easier to guide, perhaps, but this young man. This young man may actually survive what is coming. Dumbledore stood, his robes swirling around him. I accept your conditions, Mr. Potter. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. He swept from the room without waiting for a response. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Well done, Ragnox said quietly. You controlled the conversation without appearing to. You gave him just enough to feel he understood you while revealing nothing of importance. You may have a future in politics. That's not a compliment. No, the goblin agreed. It is not. But it may keep you alive. Diagon Alley was chaos in the best possible way. Harry walked through crowds that parted unconsciously before him, some instinct making people step aside without quite knowing why, taking in the sights and sounds of his first real visit to the magical shopping district. During his original arrival, he'd been too frightened to properly observe. Now, with weeks of training behind him and goblin guards walking at a discreet distance, he could appreciate the wonder of it. Shops sold everything imaginable. Cauldrons in every size and metal, stacked outside Potage's cauldron shop. Robes of every color and style, displayed in the windows of Madame Malkin's. Books, endless books, spilling from the doorway of Flourish and Blots, their titles promising adventure and mystery and magic beyond imagination. And everywhere, people. Witches haggling over prices. Wizards debating the merits of various wand woods. Children pressing their faces against the window of quality Quidditch supplies, drooling over broomsticks that cost more than the Dursley's car. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. This is where I belong. This is my world. He was examining a display of magical focuses, alternatives to wands for those who found traditional casting uncomfortable, when he felt the approach. Not physically. His elemental senses picked up the disturbance first, a cold spot in the ambient magic, like a patch of winter in the summer air. He turned casually, pretending to browse, and watched Lucius Malfoy glide through the crowd with the confidence of a man who owned everything he surveyed. "Mr. Potter." Malfoy's voice was silk and honey, cultured and warm. "What an unexpected pleasure. I am Lucius Malfoy." He extended his hand. Harry considered refusing, then took it, a brief, firm shake that communicated nothing beyond basic civility. "Mr. Malfoy. I've heard of you. All good things, I hope." The smile was perfect, humble, slightly self-deprecating, completely false. "I was a friend of your father's, you know. We attended Hogwarts together." "Were you?" Harry kept his voice neutral. "The histories I've read suggest you traveled in rather different circles." Something flickered in Malfoy's grey eyes, a momentary crack in the polished facade. "Histories can be incomplete. James and I had our disagreements, certainly, but we respected each other. I believe he would want me to offer you guidance as you navigate our world." "That's very kind." Harry smiled with exactly as much sincerity as Malfoy had shown. "But I'm afraid I have all the guidance I need at present." "From the goblins?" Malfoy's lip curled slightly before he controlled it. "Admirable creatures, in their way, but limited in their understanding of wizarding society. There are nuances, relationships, obligations, traditions, that they cannot teach you. Perhaps. But they have the advantage of honesty about their motivations." Harry met Malfoy's eyes directly. "I find I prefer that to subtler approaches." The silence stretched between them. Around them, the alley continued its bustling commerce, but Harry could feel the attention of his goblin guards, the subtle shift in their stance that meant they were ready to intervene if necessary. "You are not what I expected," Malfoy said finally. His voice had lost some of its warmth, becoming more businesslike. "The boy who lived was supposed to be raised by muggles, ignorant of our ways, desperate for connection. Instead, I find someone with political training and a suspicious mind. Life rarely meets expectations." "No. It does not." Malfoy inclined his head slightly, not quite a bow, but an acknowledgement of something. "I will be direct, then. The wizarding world is changing, Mr. Potter. Old families are losing influence. Old traditions are being forgotten. I represent those who wish to preserve what has made our society great. And you want me to join your preservation effort. I want you to consider where your interests truly lie. The goblins are useful, but they are not your people. The muggle lovers in the ministry would see you paraded around as a symbol while stripping you of any real power. Only those of us who understand blood, who respect heritage, who value what you are rather than what you represent, only we can offer you a proper place in this world." It was, Harry had to admit, a well-crafted pitch. Appeal to belonging. Appeal to power. Appeal to the sense of being used that Harry had already expressed to Dumbledore. Malfoy had done his homework. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said. "But I'm not in the market for allies at the moment. When I am, I'll evaluate all my options carefully." "Of course. Take your time. The offer will remain open." Malfoy produced a card from his robes, expensive parchment, embossed with the Malfoy family crest. "When you wish to discuss this further, you may reach me through this." Harry took the card, slipping it into his pocket without looking at it. "Thank you." Malfoy glided away, every inch the aristocrat, and Harry let out a slow breath. "Nicely handled," said a voice behind him. He turned. A girl his age stood near the focus display, blonde hair pulled back in a practical braid, grey eyes studying him with open curiosity. Her robes were expensive but understated, and she carried herself with the unconscious poise of someone raised in the political deep end. "Were you eavesdropping?" "Obviously." She didn't seem embarrassed. Lucius Malfoy approaching the boy who lived his news. I wanted to hear what he'd say. And he was surprisingly honest, for him. He usually wraps his recruitment pitches in much more elaborate pretense. She extended her hand. Daphne Greengrass. My family stayed neutral in the last war, which means everyone hates us equally. Harry shook her hand, sensing nothing hostile in her magic, just cool composure and sharp intelligence. Harry Potter, apparently. Apparently. She smiled slightly. Walk with me. There's a cafe around the corner that makes excellent ice cream, and I have questions that might be mutually beneficial to explore. He shouldn't. He had a schedule, preparations to make, books to buy. But something about her directness appealed to him, and his instincts said she was worth knowing. Lead the way. Fortescue's ice cream parlor was quiet, the afternoon rush having faded into the pre-dinner lull. Harry ordered something with too many flavors to keep track of, and Daphne asked for plain vanilla in a way that suggested it was a deliberate choice rather than a lack of imagination. So, she said, once they were settled in a corner booth, you've been living with the goblins. Not a secret, apparently. Not to anyone paying attention. You disappeared from the Muggle world 6 weeks ago, reappeared in Gringotts, and haven't been seen since. The Prophet has been running increasingly hysterical stories about dark rituals and goblin kidnapping. She licked her spoon delicately. The fact that you're here now, clearly healthy and unbrainwashed, suggests they were wrong. The Prophet is wrong about most things, from what I've read. True. But they're consistently wrong in predictable ways, which makes them useful. Daphne's eyes met his. You're going to Hogwarts. Yes. Which house? Does it matter? It matters enormously. Gryffindor is where Dumbledore will want you, it's where your parents went, where the elite families send their children. Hufflepuff is seen as weak, though it isn't. Ravenclaw is for those who want to avoid politics, which you clearly don't. She paused. And Slytherin is for the ambitious, the cunning, the families that Malfoy is courting. Where do you fall? My family has produced Slytherins for 7 generations. I'll be no different. Her voice was matter-of-fact. The question is where you'll be. Harry considered. He'd thought about this extensively, discussing it with Ragnak and Snagik, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of each house. Gryffindor would be expected, comfortable, perhaps, but it would also put him firmly in Dumbledore's camp. Slytherin would be politically useful but would immediately align him with the pure-blood supremacist faction in everyone's minds. I haven't decided, he said finally. The hat makes the final choice, doesn't it? The hat considers your preferences. If you argue convincingly, it usually accommodates. Daphne finished her ice cream. I'm asking because my family sent me here specifically to evaluate you. Evaluate me for what? Alliance potential. She said it without embarrassment. The Greengrasses have survived for centuries by choosing the right partners at the right times. You're obviously going to be a major player, the boy who lived, raised by goblins, sought by both Dumbledore and Malfoy. My parents want to know if you're worth investing in. Harry blinked. He'd expected manipulation, subtle maneuvering, the kind of indirect approach that Malfoy had attempted. This was refreshingly direct. What would an alliance with your family look like? Information sharing. Political support on issues of mutual interest. Social cover, being seen with the right families opens doors that remain closed to newcomers. She leaned forward slightly. And friendship, potentially. Real friendship, not the calculated kind that most Slytherins practice. My father says I'm too honest for politics, but I've found that honesty can be its own form of manipulation. How so? People don't expect it. When everyone around you is scheming, the person who tells the truth becomes impossible to predict. She smiled. You're doing the same thing, aren't you? Being direct with Malfoy. Telling Dumbledore you have conditions. It throws them off balance. She was clever. Genuinely clever, not just smart, there was a difference, Harry had learned. Smart people accumulated knowledge, clever people knew how to use it. Your family wants an alliance, he said slowly. What do you want? The question seemed to surprise her. Me? You're the one sitting here. You're the one making the pitch. What are you actually looking for? Daphne was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice had lost some of its political polish, becoming something more real. I want out, she said quietly. Not out of my family, I love them, but out of the box that's been built for me. Ice Queen Greengrass, neutral to the point of paralysis, never committing, never risking. I'm supposed to marry someone advantageous and produce heirs and maintain our centuries of careful survival. She met his eyes. I want to actually do something. Harry understood that desire more than she probably realized. I can't promise an alliance, he said. I don't know you well enough, and I don't make commitments lightly. But I can promise this, when I do start building a network, I'll remember that you were honest with me when you didn't have to be. Daphne nodded slowly. That's fair. She stood, leaving coins on the table for her ice cream. Hogwarts starts in 2 weeks. If you end up in Slytherin, look for me. If you end up anywhere else, look for me anyway. I suspect we'll have things to discuss. She walked out without looking back. Harry sat alone in the booth, finishing his ice cream, thinking about allies and enemies and the narrow spaces between them. The wand shop was his last stop, and the most important. Ollivanders had stood in the same location for more than 2,000 years, according to the sign, a claim that Harry found both impressive and slightly alarming. The interior was dim, dusty, and crammed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes that seemed to contain every wand ever made. Ah, Mr. Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry didn't startle, he'd felt the old man's approach, a strange magical signature that seemed to blend with the shop itself, but he did turn to face the speaker as Ollivander emerged from behind a towering stack of boxes. I wondered when you would come. Pale eyes studied him with unnerving intensity. You have your mother's eyes, and your father's presence. But there is something else, something I have not seen in a very long time. You can sense what I am. I can sense that you are different. Ollivander circled him slowly. My wands speak to me, Mr. Potter. They have been restless since you entered the alley, straining toward you like iron to a lodestone. But also afraid. As if they know that what you are does not require their help. I need a wand for Hogwarts. Do you? Or do you need the appearance of needing a wand? The old man's smile was unsettling. Let us find out. He began pulling boxes from shelves, seemingly at random, piling them on a spindly desk that groaned under the weight. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand. It felt wrong immediately, like holding a stick when he needed a sword. He waved it experimentally, and a shower of red sparks exploded from the tip before the wand began to smoke. Definitely not. Ollivander snatched it back, his expression delighted. You overwhelm it. Your magic is too raw, too primal. We need something stronger. Try this, dragon heartstring as well, but in oak. 11 inches. Unyielding. The oak wand lasted 3 seconds before bursting into flames. Harry dropped it reflexively, then realized the fire wasn't harming him, it was flowing up his arm, absorbed into his skin like water into sand. Fascinating, Ollivander breathed. Your magic consumes the channel rather than flowing through it. Most fascinating. Is there a wand that will work for me? Perhaps not a conventional one. The old man began rummaging through a cabinet in the corner, muttering to himself. Standard cores will not suffice. Standard woods are clearly inadequate. We need something that can withstand elemental force without melting, breaking, or exploding. He emerged with a long box, covered in dust so thick it seemed intentional. I made this 70 years ago, Ollivander said quietly. It has never chosen anyone. It has rejected every wizard who has touched it, sometimes violently. I kept it because I knew, somehow, that eventually the right wizard would come. He opened the box. The wand inside was unusual, black wood that seemed to absorb light, wrapped at the handle with bands of silver metal that Harry recognized as goblin work. It was shorter than the others, perhaps 8 inches, and it seemed to vibrate with a contained energy that made the air around it shimmer. Elder wood, Ollivander said. The rarest and most difficult to work with. The core is phoenix feather, from the same phoenix that provided the core for another wand, one that did terrible things in terrible hands. And the silver is goblin forged, added because I could not stabilize the wand without it. Harry reached for the wand. The moment his fingers touched the wood, the shop exploded with light. Not destructively, nothing burned, nothing broke, but for an instant, the entire building was illuminated by a radiance that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Harry felt the wand sing in his hand, felt it recognize him as surely as he recognized it, felt the connection lock into place with an almost audible click. "Oh my," Ollivander whispered. "Oh my, yes." Harry raised the wand. It felt right, not like an extension of himself, exactly, but like a trusted tool, a partner rather than a channel. When he pushed a small amount of power through it, the wand glowed gently and a shower of golden sparks cascaded to the floor without any of the violence of his previous attempts. "Control," he said, surprised. "It gives me control. The goblin silver grounds your power. The elder would provide strength without rigidity. And the phoenix feather," Ollivander's voice dropped. "The phoenix feather connects you to a lineage of power that stretches back millennia." He paused. The wand that shares its core was used by Lord Voldemort. Harry's grip tightened on the handle. "I am not Voldemort." "No. You are not. And yet, the connection exists. Brother wands, linked by the same phoenix's tears." Ollivander's pale eyes seemed to see something beyond the physical. "I think, Mr. Potter, that the universe has a sense of poetry. The wand that helped create you is now matched by the wand that will help define you." Harry tucked the wand into his sleeve, feeling it settle against his arm like it had always been there. "How much do I owe you?" "For a wand I made 7 decades ago and never thought to sell. For the privilege of witnessing an elemental wizard find his focus." Ollivander laughed, a thin, reedy sound. "Consider it a gift, Mr. Potter. And a down payment on the story you will create with it." The attack came 3 streets from Gringotts. Harry sensed them before he saw them, 3 distinct magical signatures, cold and sharp like the equilibrium agents from before, but better hidden. They were using some kind of cloaking magic, blending into the crowd so thoroughly that even his elemental senses almost missed them. Almost. He kept walking, maintained his pace, gave no sign that he'd noticed. His goblin guards were 20 feet behind, close enough to help but far enough that the attackers might not realize they were there. 3 of them. Probably containment focused again. "They don't want to kill me, they want to capture me." The realization helped him think more clearly. Capture attempts had exploitable constraints. They couldn't use area effect spells in a crowded street. They couldn't hit him with anything that might cause permanent damage. They had to get close enough to apply binding magic. He could work with that. The first attacker materialized directly in front of him, dropping the cloak and raising a wand in a single fluid motion. Harry Potter, by order of, Harry became wind. The spell passed through the space where his body had been, splashing harmlessly against the cobblestones. Harry reformed behind the attacker, pulled his new wand, and slashed downward with a cutting curse he'd practiced 100 times in Grimjaw's training hall. The attacker's arm opened from shoulder to elbow. "Elemental transformation," someone shouted. "Switch to Protocol 7. The 2 remaining attackers converged, their spells changing, no longer focused on binding but on disruption. One launched a stream of water at Harry's feet, the other cast something that made the air itself turn solid, trying to trap him in a cage of frozen atmosphere. Water. Air. His elements. Harry laughed. He didn't fight the water, he joined it, letting his body dissolve into the stream, riding it like a wave, then bursting out in a spray that scattered over the two attackers. For a heartbeat, he was everywhere and nowhere, droplets of consciousness spread across the street. Then he reformed, pulling the water with him, and slammed his palm against the nearest attacker's chest. The man froze. Not from cold, from the water inside him, responding to Harry's will, suddenly motionless within his veins and organs. Not enough to kill, but more than enough to incapacitate. The third attacker turned to run. Harry let her go. His goblin guards arrived seconds later, finding Harry standing over two unconscious equilibrium agents, blood dripping from his one hand where the cutting curse had splashed back on him, breathing hard but unharmed. "You could have called for help," Grimjaw said, assessing the scene with professional interest. "I could have. I didn't need to." The goblins studied the fallen agents, the precision of Harry's takedown, the controlled application of elemental power. "No. You did not." He sounded, Harry thought, almost proud. Back in Gringotts, with the captured agents being interrogated in the lower levels and healers tending to Harry's minor injuries, Ragnarok delivered an unexpected piece of news. "The Equilibrium has issued a formal demand for your surrender." Harry looked up from the bandage being wrapped around his hand. "A demand?" "Through intermediary channels, of course. They claim you are a danger to magical civilization and must be contained for the safety of all." Ragnarok's lip curled. "They also threaten consequences if Gringotts continues to harbor you." "What kind of consequences?" "Economic pressure. Political isolation. Possible military action, though that would be suicidal on their part. No one successfully wages war against goblins." The director set down a scroll. "This is the full text of their demand. I thought you should see it." Harry read the document. It was couched in reasonable language, expressions of concern, appeals to common welfare, assurances that Harry would be treated humanely in containment. But beneath the diplomatic veneer was naked fear. "They're terrified of me." The realization was simultaneously gratifying and sobering. He'd beaten their agents twice now, but he was still an 11-year-old with weeks of training. If they were this aggressive already, how much worse would it get as he grew stronger? "What are my options?" "You could remain here indefinitely. Our defenses are stronger than the Equilibrium's ability to breach them." Ragnarok paused. "However, this would mean abandoning Hogwarts, abandoning the wizarding world, essentially living in exile." "Which isn't really living." "Correct. Alternatively, you could proceed to Hogwarts as planned, but with enhanced protection and support. The Equilibrium will find it harder to act openly within Hogwarts wards, and your presence there would demonstrate that you are not afraid of them." Harry nodded slowly. "Option 2. Definitely option 2. I anticipated that would be your choice." Ragnarok produced a second scroll. "These are the terms of an expanded treaty between House Potter and Gringotts Bank. In exchange for certain financial considerations and future collaboration on matters of mutual interest, we will provide you with a dedicated security team, intelligence support, and emergency extraction protocols. You're offering to be my private intelligence agency." "In essence, yes." The goblin's smile was sharp. "You are the first elemental wizard in a millennium, Mr. Potter. Your success or failure will shape the next century of magical history. Gringotts intends to be on the winning side." Harry read the treaty. It was complex, full of terms and conditions that Snagik would need to help him fully understand, but the core proposition was clear: the goblins were betting on him. Backing him with resources and support that most wizards would never receive. "Why?" "There's more to this than business," Harry said. "What aren't you telling me?" Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than Harry had ever heard it. "The last elemental war killed 17,000 goblins. Our entire northern nation was annihilated. Mordred, in his madness, could not distinguish between enemies and bystanders, between combatants and innocents." The goblin's black eyes met Harry's. "We remember. We always remember. You want to make sure I don't become Mordred. I want to make sure that if the world must have an elemental wizard, he is sane, trained, and allied with us. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. Is that too much honesty for you, Mr. Potter? Harry thought about it. The answer was yes, probably. No one should be that honest about their motives. But somehow, he respected Ragnar more for saying it. Sign me up, he said. September 1st arrived with less fanfare than Harry expected. He stood on platform 9 3/4, trunk floating behind him, goblin guards forming a discreet perimeter that most people wouldn't notice. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, surrounded by students and parents saying emotional goodbyes. Harry had no one to say goodbye to. Ragnar had offered to come, but Harry had declined. The sight of the Gringotts director personally seeing off a student would raise too many questions. Instead, he'd received a firm handshake, a reminder to practice his control exercises daily, and a communication mirror that would let him contact the bank if he needed help. This is it. New chapter. New life. He boarded the train, found an empty compartment near the back, and settled in to watch the platform as departure time approached. Families hugged. Mothers cried. Fathers gave stern advice. Normal children, with normal lives, doing normal things. He felt like an alien observing a different species. Is this seat taken? Harry looked up. A round-faced boy with brown hair stood in the compartment doorway, clutching a toad with a grip that suggested the creature had a history of escape attempts. It's all yours. Thanks. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. The boy slumped into the opposite seat, the toad croaking in protest. Sorry, I know I should probably sit with my housemates or something, but I don't know what house I'll be in yet, and I wanted to find somewhere quiet. I understand. I'm Harry. Harry. Neville's eyes widened. Harry Potter. Apparently so. Oh. The boy seemed to shrink slightly. I can leave if you want. I didn't mean to. I'm sure you want to be alone, or with, important people. You're fine. Really? Harry smiled, trying to put Neville at ease. I could use the company. The train began to move. Neville relaxed marginally, though his grip on the toad didn't loosen. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the London suburbs give way to countryside. My parents knew yours, Neville said eventually, his voice small. They were friends, I think. Before. Harry felt a flicker of interest. Ragnar had given him files on his parents' known associates, but the information had been limited. Before what? Before they were hurt. Neville's face had gone pale. My parents, I mean. They were Aurors, dark wizard hunters. After you-know-who fell, some of his followers came to our house. They tortured my parents. Used the Cruciatus curse until they went insane. Harry felt something cold settle in his chest. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I was a baby, like you were when your parents. Neville stopped, clearly struggling. I don't remember them. Not really. I just visit them sometimes in the hospital, and they don't know who I am. It was, Harry realized, possibly the saddest thing he'd ever heard. The people who did it. Were they punished? Most of them went to Azkaban. The wizard prison. Neville's voice was flat. Bellatrix Lestrange is still there. She was the worst of them. Harry filed the name away. Bellatrix Lestrange. Remember that. I'm sorry, he said again, because there was nothing else to say. Neville nodded, accepting the inadequate comfort. Why were you living with goblins? The papers said you were kidnapped, but that doesn't seem right. The papers are wrong about most things. Harry considered how much to share. My Muggle relatives were not good people. I ran away. The goblins took me in. Oh. Neville seemed to find this answer satisfactory. That was nice of them. It was. They're not what people think. Most things aren't. Neville looked down at his toad, who was making another escape attempt. Gran says I'm not what people think either. She says I have potential, I just need to find it. Harry studied the boy with his elemental senses, the way Grimjaw had taught him. Neville's magical signature was strange, not weak, exactly, but blocked. Like a river dammed up, power trapped behind some invisible barrier. Your grandmother might be right, Harry said slowly. Have you ever had your magical core evaluated? My, what? The goblins can examine a wizard's magical core for damage or interference. It's not common, but it's possible. Harry wasn't sure why he was offering this, he barely knew Neville, but something about the boy's resigned acceptance bothered him. If you want, I could ask them to take a look. Neville stared at him like he'd offered to slay a dragon. You would do that? For me? Why not? Because I'm nobody. I'm not important. I'm barely even magical. Gran had to threaten the Hogwarts board to get them to accept me, that's exactly why. Harry leaned forward. The people who tell you you're nothing are usually the ones who benefit from you believing it. Maybe they're right, and your magic is just weak. But maybe something's wrong that can be fixed. Wouldn't you rather know? Neville's face went through a complex series of expressions before settling on something that might have been hope. Yeah, he said quietly. Yeah, I would. The compartment door slid open again, and Harry felt the temperature drop. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway, flanked by two boys who looked like they'd been specifically bred for standing menacingly behind more important people. His grey eyes swept the compartment, dismissing Neville entirely before settling on Harry with possessive interest. Harry Potter. Father told me you'd be on the train. Did he? Harry didn't phrase it as a question. He also told me you'd rejected his offer of friendship. Draco stepped into the compartment uninvited, his bodyguards looming behind him. I'm here to extend the offer again. On behalf of my family. That's very kind, but I'm not in the market for friends at the moment. Everyone needs friends, Potter. Especially in Slytherin. Draco's smile was thin and sharp. You are going to be in Slytherin, aren't you? That's what the papers are saying. The papers say a lot of things. True. They also say you've been learning dark magic from goblins, that you're planning to overthrow the ministry, and that you're the reincarnation of Merlin himself. Draco's voice dripped condescension. I prefer to form my own opinions. How refreshing. Something flickered in Draco's expression, irritation at Harry's refusal to engage properly with the social dance. You're making a mistake. The Malfoys control Slytherin. Without our support, you'll be an outcast. A target. I've been a target before. Harry stood, and the air in the compartment grew noticeably warmer. I survived. Draco took an involuntary step back. His bodyguards shifted nervously. You think you're special, Draco said, but his voice had lost some of its certainty. You think being the boy who lived means something. It doesn't. Not in the circles that matter. Then I guess I'll have to make my own circles. The staring contest lasted several seconds. Then Draco's lip curled, and he turned on his heel. You'll regret this, Potter. When you're alone and friendless and everyone's turned against you, remember that I offered you a chance. He swept out, his bodyguards following. Neville let out a breath. That was Draco Malfoy. I noticed. His father is really powerful. Really connected. You just made an enemy. I know. Harry sat back down. But making an enemy of someone who was always going to be an enemy isn't really making an enemy at all. It's just being honest about the situation. Neville considered this. That's a really strange way of looking at things. I'm a really strange person. The train continued north. Harry spent the journey alternating between conversation with Neville, who was more interesting than his nervous exterior suggested, and observation of the magical world passing outside the windows. Forests and mountains and rivers, all carrying traces of magical energy that Harry could sense but not yet interpret. A bushy-haired girl knocked on their door around midday, looking for a lost toad. Neville flushed with embarrassment. Trevor had escaped again, and she spent 20 minutes lecturing them both on proper pet management before Harry pointed out that the toad was currently sitting on her own head, having apparently hitched a ride during her search. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, brushing the toad off with practiced annoyance. "And you're Harry Potter. I've read all about you. Books don't know everything." "No, but they're a good starting point." Her eyes were bright with curiosity. "Is it true you were raised by goblins? Is it true you're an elemental wizard? Is it true you killed 3 equilibrium agents with your bare hands?" Yes, and no. There were only 2, and I used magic." Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. Then opened again. You just admitted it. All of it? Was I supposed to deny it? Everyone denies things like that. The prophet says you refuse to comment on rumors, and everyone knows that means the rumors are true, but you're not supposed to confirm them. The prophet prints whatever sells papers. I prefer to control my own narrative. Hermione stared at him like he was a particularly fascinating textbook. That's either very brave or very stupid. Probably both. Harry smiled. She sat. By the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry had acquired 2 potential allies and enough information about wizarding culture to fill several notebooks. Hermione was encyclopedically knowledgeable, if somewhat overbearing. Neville was surprisingly insightful about the political landscape, his grandmother having apparently drilled family histories into him since childhood. Neither of them seemed to care that Harry was famous. Hermione was more interested in his magical abilities. Neville was just grateful for the company. It was refreshing, in a world where everyone wanted something from him. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. The boats across the lake were a tradition, according to Hermione, designed to give first-years their initial view of Hogwarts in all its glory. She wasn't wrong about the glory. The castle rose from the far shore like something out of a fairy tale, all towers and turrets and windows glowing with warm light. Harry felt the weight of history pressing down on him, 1,000 years of magic, of learning, of power accumulated within those ancient walls. He also felt something else. Something deep beneath the lake's surface, vast and patient and aware. "Harry? Are you all right?" Neville was watching him with concern. "You've gone pale. There's something under the water." "What?" Harry couldn't explain. The presence wasn't threatening, exactly, it felt curious more than hostile, but it was old. Older than the castle. Older, perhaps, than wizarding society itself. And it was watching him. "The Hollow King," whispered a voice in the back of his mind. The goblins had spoken of it only briefly, a dark myth from the time before recorded history. An entity of pure entropy, imprisoned by the last elemental wizards, waiting for its chance to rise again. Is that what this is? Is it here? The boat touched shore, and the presence faded. But Harry knew, with cold certainty, that whatever lay beneath the lake was connected to what he was. And that it would not stay dormant forever. The sorting was everything Daphne had described and more. McGonagall, a tall, severe woman with spectacles and a no-nonsense manner, led the first-years into the great hall like prisoners approaching judgment. The ceiling showed a clear night sky, stars wheeling overhead. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, one for each house, and at the head table, Dumbledore watched with twinkling eyes that made Harry immediately wary. The sorting hat was placed on a stool at the front of the hall. It sang a song that Harry barely listened to, his attention fixed on the sensation of hundreds of eyes boring into him. Famous, infamous, the boy who lived, the boy raised by goblins, whispers followed him like a cloud of gnats. The sorting proceeded alphabetically. Greengrass, Daphne, became a Slytherin to no one's surprise, her expression revealing nothing as she joined her new housemates. Granger, Hermione, went to Gryffindor after a long moment of apparent internal debate. Longbottom, Neville, became a Gryffindor too, though the hat took nearly 2 minutes to decide. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool, sat down, and felt the hat descend over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. "Well, well, well," said a voice in his mind. "This is unexpected." "Is it?" "Oh yes. I have sorted hundreds of thousands of students over my long existence. I have seen Dark Lords and Light Champions, murderers and saints. But I have never, in all my centuries, sorted an elemental wizard. Is it going to be a problem?" The hat chuckled. "That depends on what you consider a problem. You could go to any house, you know. You have the courage for Gryffindor, the ambition for Slytherin, the intellect for Ravenclaw, the loyalty for Hufflepuff. There is no wrong answer for someone like you. Then let me choose." "And what would you choose?" Harry considered. He thought about Gryffindor, where Neville and Hermione had gone, where his parents had gone, where the light expected him. He thought about Slytherin, where Daphne waited, where the political game was played most openly. "I need to learn how power works in this world. I need allies who understand strategy, negotiation, manipulation. I need to be where the players are, not where the pawns go." "Slytherin," he said. "Put me in Slytherin." "Interesting choice. You are not motivated by blood purity or personal advancement, as most Slytherins are. You seek power, but not for its own sake, you seek it because you understand that without power, you will always be at the mercy of those who have it. Is that enough?" "It is more than enough." The hat's voice turned oddly solemn. "But I must warn you, Harry Potter. The path you walk is dangerous. The power you hold could save the world or destroy it. The choices you make in these halls will echo through centuries." "I know. Do you? Do you truly understand what you are, and what you could become?" Harry thought of fire and wind and water. He thought of the thing beneath the lake, the Hollow King stirring in its ancient prison. He thought of the equilibrium, hunting him, fearing him, determined to cage him before he could become what he was meant to be. "I understand enough. I'll learn the rest." "Then better be." The hat took a breath that Harry felt more than heard. "Slytherin." The hall erupted. Not with cheers, with chaos. Half the students were on their feet, shouting, pointing. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione looked confused, Neville looked worried. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's face was a mask of rage while Daphne Greengrass smiled slightly, her expression unreadable. At the head table, Dumbledore's twinkle had vanished entirely. Harry removed the hat, handed it to McGonagall, who looked like she'd swallowed a lemon, and walked to the Slytherin table. The students parted before him like water before a ship's prow, and he slid into the seat Daphne had saved. "Well," she said quietly, as the chaos gradually subsided. "You certainly know how to make an entrance." "I try." "They're going to make your life difficult." "The boy who lived in Slytherin. Half the school thinks you've gone dark, and the other half thinks you're insane." Harry looked around at the suspicious faces, the hostile glares, the calculating assessment of a house that had just received the most famous wizard of the generation. "Let them think whatever they want," he said. "I'm here to learn." Daphne's smile widened slightly. "Then you've come to the right place." At the head table, Dumbledore finally looked away, and Harry felt a tiny surge of satisfaction. "Round one to me, old man." But as the feast began and the Slytherins around him began the careful process of evaluation and jockeying for position, Harry couldn't shake the memory of that voice beneath the lake. "All things end," it had seemed to whisper. "Even cages. Even chains. Even the world. And I am ending, little wizard. I am ending." Harry ate his dinner, smiled at the right moments, deflected questions with practiced ease. But deep inside, where the fire lived, something new was stirring. Something that felt, just slightly, like fear. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Sorting Shadows. The Slytherin common room existed beneath the Black Lake, and Harry felt it the moment he descended the final step. Green light filtered through windows that should have shown only darkness, illuminating a space that was equal parts elegant and oppressive. Leather furniture clustered around a massive fireplace. Tapestries depicting serpents and ancient wizards covered the stone walls. And everywhere, the subtle pressure of water overhead, millions of gallons held back by magic and masonry. Harry could feel every drop. His elemental senses spread outward without conscious direction, mapping the currents and temperatures, the fish swimming past the windows, the giant squid shifting somewhere in the depths. He could feel the thing beneath the lake bed too, that vast, patient presence, but it seemed dormant now, content to wait. Impressive, isn't it? Daphne had appeared beside him, her expression carefully neutral. Around them, the other first-year Slytherins were being herded toward the dormitory assignments by a prefect whose bored tone suggested he'd given this speech 100 times before. The common room has been here for 1,000 years, Daphne continued quietly. Salazar Slytherin himself carved it from the bedrock. They say he built in secrets that no one has ever found. Do you believe that? I believe that a founder who valued cunning and ambition would absolutely hide things in his own house's territory. She glanced at him sidelong. I also believe that someone with your unique sensibilities might be able to find what others have missed. Harry filed that away. Daphne was already angling for position, offering useful information in exchange for future favors. It was exactly what he'd expected from a Slytherin, and exactly what he needed to navigate. First years. Dormitory assignments are posted on the board. Find your names, find your rooms, and stay out of trouble. The prefect, a tall boy with a permanent sneer, looked directly at Harry. Some of you are going to attract more attention than others. Don't let it go to your head. In Slytherin, reputation is earned, not inherited. Several students snickered. Harry kept his face blank. The dormitory assignments had been carefully calibrated, probably by Snape himself. Harry found his name next to Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, and, of course, Draco Malfoy. 4 beds, 4 boys, 4 political factions crammed into one small room. This should be interesting, said a smooth voice behind him. Harry turned. Blaise Zabini was tall for an 11-year-old, with dark skin and darker eyes that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. His expression was pleasant, neutral, revealing absolutely nothing. Interesting how? You're the most famous wizard in Britain. Draco's father is the most powerful political figure in the Wizengamot. Theo's family has old money and older grudges. And I, Blaise smiled. Collect information. We're going to have fascinating conversations, I think. Or we're going to kill each other. That too. But that would be wasteful, and Slytherins hate waste. The dormitory was smaller than Harry expected, 4 beds, 4 desks, 4 wardrobes, barely room to move without bumping into someone. Draco had already claimed the bed nearest the window, arranging his possessions with proprietary precision. Theo Nott, a thin boy with sharp features, had taken the bed nearest the door, his movements nervous and watchful. Harry chose the bed in the corner, where he could see both the door and the window. Old habits. Potter. Draco's voice was ice. I see you've decided to slum it with the rest of us. I don't know what you mean. Don't you? The boy who lived, hero of the light, champion of muggle lovers everywhere, and you choose Slytherin? Draco laughed without humor. Either you're planning something, or you're stupider than anyone realized. Maybe I just wanted the nicer common room. Those dungeons do have a certain aesthetic appeal. Blaise snorted. Theo's lips twitched. Draco's face reddened. You think this is funny? You think you can just waltz in here and, I think, Harry said quietly, that I'm going to unpack my things and get some sleep. We have classes tomorrow, and I'd rather be rested. He met Draco's eyes. Whatever game you think we're playing, Malfoy, it can wait until morning. The temperature in the room dropped 3 degrees. Draco opened his mouth, then closed it. He looked at the frost beginning to form on his breath, at the ice crystals spreading across his window, and his anger flickered into something closer to uncertainty. Fine, he said tightly. Tomorrow. Harry let the temperature return to normal and turned his back on the room to finish unpacking. He could feel the other boys' eyes on him, Draco's hostile, Theo's calculating, Blaze's amused, but he didn't acknowledge them. Round 1, he thought. Many more to go. Sleep came slowly, despite his exhaustion. The dormitory filled with the sounds of breathing as his roommates drifted off one by one. Harry lay awake, staring at the green-tinged ceiling, feeling the weight of the lake pressing down on him. The thing in the depths was stirring again. Not aggressively, it wasn't trying to reach him, but he could feel its attention, vast and patient, focused on the castle above. On him specifically. It knew he was here. It had been waiting. What are you? No answer came. The presence simply, observed. Catalogued. Remembered. Harry closed his eyes and reached for his fire instead. The warmth spread through his veins, pushing back the cold pressure of the deep water, reminding him of what he was. Elemental. Powerful. Alive. He fell asleep to the sound of his own heartbeat, and dreamed of storms over endless oceans. Morning brought Professor Snape. The potions master swept into the great hall during breakfast, black robes billowing behind him like bat wings, and stopped directly behind Harry's seat at the Slytherin table. Mr. Potter. My office. Now. He was gone before Harry could respond, leaving behind a wake of whispers and speculative glances. Harry stood, ignoring the smirks from Draco's end of the table, and followed. Snape's office was exactly what Harry would have expected, dark, cluttered with mysterious jars and bubbling cauldrons, smelling of something that might have been pleasant if not for the undertones of decay. The professor stood behind his desk, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Close the door. Harry did. Sit. Harry didn't. I'd rather stand, if it's all the same. Snape's eyes narrowed. Insolence already. Just like your father. I never knew my father. Everything I am, I learned elsewhere. Clearly. Snape's voice dripped contempt. You learned arrogance from the goblins, apparently. And political manipulation. And the charming habit of making dramatic entrances. I learned survival. The arrogance is all me. Something flickered in Snape's expression, surprise, perhaps, or grudging acknowledgement. You are not what I expected. So I've been told. I expected James Potter's son. Brash, reckless, convinced of his own superiority. Instead, I find, Snape paused, choosing his words carefully. Something else entirely. Someone who chooses his battles. Someone who thinks before he acts. His lip curled. It's almost disappointing. I'll try to be more reckless in the future. Don't. Snape moved around his desk, and Harry tensed unconsciously. The man moved like a predator, all coiled tension and controlled violence. The headmaster has asked me to evaluate you. To determine your loyalties, your capabilities, your potential threats to the school. And what have you determined? That you are dangerous. Snape stopped 3 feet away, close enough that Harry could see the lines in his face, the hollow darkness under his eyes. That you are far more capable than any first year has a right to be. And that you have already made enemies of people who would destroy you without hesitation. The equilibrium. Among others. Snape's voice dropped. I was approached by them once, after the war. They offered power, purpose, a cause greater than myself. I refused. Why? Because their methods reminded me too much of the Dark Lords. Different goals, perhaps, but the same fundamental philosophy, that power must be controlled, that threats must be eliminated, that the individual is subordinate to the greater good. His eyes bored into Harry's. I have seen where that philosophy leads. I will not be party to it again. Harry studied the man before him. Snape was difficult to read, all sharp edges and bitter hostility, but beneath the surface, Harry sensed something unexpected, genuine conviction. This wasn't performance or manipulation. Snape was telling the truth. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know who your enemies are. And who is not your enemy, whatever else they might be. Snape returned to his desk, sitting heavily. I despised your father. He was arrogant, cruel, convinced that his bloodline entitled him to whatever he wanted. I see nothing of him in you. That's good. It is neither good nor bad. It simply is. Snape pulled a parchment from his desk. Your schedule. Classes begin in 40 minutes. I suggest you not be late to potions. I will not show favoritism, regardless of your house affiliation. Harry took the schedule. Thank you, Professor. Do not thank me, Potter. I am not your ally. I am merely someone who dislikes your enemies more than I dislike you. Snape's smile was thin and humorless. For now, that will have to suffice. Transfiguration was first. Professor McGonagall, the severe woman from the sorting, waited at the front of the classroom, her cat form curling on her desk as students filed in. Harry had read about animagi in his goblin studies. The ability to transform into an animal was rare and required years of practice. He took a seat near the middle of the room, between Daphne and Theo Knott. Draco had positioned himself at the back, surrounded by Crabbe and Goyle, watching Harry with undisguised hostility. Transfiguration, McGonagall began, once the cat had shifted back into human form, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. She waved her wand, and her desk became a pig. Then back to a desk. The students gasped appropriately. You will not be transfiguring furniture for quite some time. Today, you will attempt to turn a match into a needle. She distributed matches with another wave. Begin. Harry looked at his match. Transfiguration, he'd learned, was about imposing your will on reality, forcing one thing to become another through magical concentration. It should have been natural for an elemental, whose entire existence was about becoming other things. It wasn't. His first attempt made the match grow longer. His second turned it silver but kept its wooden texture. His third produced something that was definitely needle-shaped but still burned when he touched it. Struggling, Mr. Potter. McGonagall had materialized beside him, her expression unreadable. It's fighting me. Transfiguration often does. She picked up his silver but wooden needle. This is actually quite advanced for a first attempt. You've captured the form without mastering the substance. Most students can't manage even that. But it's not right. No. It isn't. McGonagall set down the needle. You're treating the match as an opponent to be dominated. Try thinking of it as a partner. Persuade it to change, rather than forcing it. Harry tried again. This time, he didn't push his will against the match's existence, he asked. Showed it what a needle could be. Offered it the possibility of transformation. The match resisted for a moment, then shimmered and resolved into a perfect silver needle. Much better. McGonagall actually smiled, a rare expression that softened her severe features. 5 points to Slytherin for creative spellwork. Draco's glare intensified. Harry pretended not to notice. The pattern established itself over the following days. Harry excelled in classes that rewarded intuition and power, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, charms. He struggled with subjects that required precise technical execution, potions, history of magic, astronomy. His elemental nature made him prone to overpowering delicate operations, producing results that were either spectacular or catastrophic. "You turned your cauldron into lava," Snape observed during Thursday's potions class, his voice dangerously quiet. "A cure for boils is brewed at moderate heat, Potter, not volcanic temperatures. I'm working on control. Work faster." Snape vanished the molten remains with a flick of his wand. 20 points from Slytherin. And detention this Saturday to clean cauldrons, without magic. Draco snickered. Harry ignored him. The other students were more complicated. Most of the Slytherins had adopted a wait-and-see approach, neither friendly nor hostile, watching to determine where Harry would fall in the house's political hierarchy. The other houses were less subtle. Gryffindors glared, Ravenclaws stared, Hufflepuffs whispered. Only Neville and Hermione bridged the gap. Harry found them in the library most evenings, working through homework or discussing magical theory. Their friendship was odd, a Slytherin, a Gryffindor, and another Gryffindor, but it worked. "You're doing the wand movement wrong," Hermione said one evening, watching Harry practice levitation charms. "It's swish and flick, not swish and stab. The book says, the book is written for normal wizards. You're pushing too much power through the spell, you need to compensate with more precise gestures." Harry tried her suggestion. The feather he was levitating rose smoothly to the ceiling instead of rocketing through it. "Thanks. That's what friends are for." She returned to her own work, then paused. "Are we friends? I know Slytherins aren't supposed to associate with Gryffindors, we're friends." Harry caught the feather as it drifted down. "Anyone who tells you otherwise is welcome to take it up with me." Neville grinned. Hermione's cheeks colored slightly, but she looked pleased. 2 weeks into the term, the Equilibrium made their next move. Harry felt them before he saw them, that distinctive cold signature, like winter wrapped in human form. He was crossing the courtyard after herbology, alone for once, when the air itself seemed to crystallize around him. Time stopped. Not literally, the birds still flew overhead, the clouds still moved, but the other students froze in place, trapped in a moment that stretched like taffy. Harry turned slowly, scanning the courtyard, until he found the source. A woman stood by the fountain. She was tall and thin, wearing robes of pure white, her face hidden behind a silver mask that seemed to shift and change as he watched. "Harry Potter." Her voice was soft, melodic, utterly devoid of warmth. "The Weir sends her compliments." "Her. Did you think our leader was a man?" The woman's laugh was like breaking glass. "The Equilibrium has been led by women for 6 centuries. Men are too easily corrupted by power. Women understand that power must be contained." Harry's hands heated. The frozen moment trembled, ice melting under his internal fire. "You're violating Hogwarts wards. That's supposed to be impossible." Impossible is a word for those who lack imagination. The woman gestured, and the world around them flickered. "We are not here, Harry Potter. Not truly. This is ascending, a projection across the boundaries of space. I am speaking to you from 1,000 miles away. Then why speak at all? Because we believe in giving people choices." The woman stepped closer, her white robes trailing across the frozen grass. "You are powerful, Harry. More powerful than you know, more powerful than the goblins or Dumbledore or any of your would-be masters understand. The last elemental wizard of your caliber remade the geography of a continent. And you're afraid I'll do the same." "Afraid? No. We are certain you will, unless you are properly guided." Her mask tilted, studying him. "Join us willingly. Learn to control your power under our supervision. Become a force for stability rather than chaos. And if I refuse? Then we will be forced to take alternative measures." The softness left her voice, replaced by something harder. "We have contained threats before, Harry Potter. We will do so again." Harry let his fire rise. The frozen moment cracked further, ice sublimating into steam, the boundaries of the projection beginning to fray. "Tell the wearer this," he said quietly. "I am not a threat to be contained. I am not a weapon to be controlled. I am a person, with my own choices and my own path. And anyone who tries to cage me will burn." The woman laughed again, but there was something different in it now, a note of uncertainty, perhaps, or respect. "Bold words. We shall see if you can back them up." She began to fade, the projection dissolving. "We will speak again, Harry Potter. The equilibrium is patient. We have waited 1,000 years. We can wait a little longer." Time resumed. Students continued walking, birds continued flying, the world continued turning. Harry stood alone by the fountain, breathing hard, his hands still wreathed in invisible flame. They're inside the wards, he realized. Or they can bypass them. Either way, Hogwarts isn't as safe as everyone thinks. He needed to warn someone. Dumbledore, probably, the headmaster needed to know his defenses had been compromised. But even as he turned toward the castle, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the equilibrium's alternative measures were already in motion. The warning came through Blaise. Harry returned to the common room that evening to find his roommate waiting, his usually impassive expression troubled. "We need to talk. Privately." They found an empty classroom on the 4th floor, one of the many forgotten spaces that Hogwarts seemed to accumulate. Blaise checked the door twice before speaking. "There's a spy in Slytherin. I assumed there'd be several. This one is different." Blaise's voice was tense. "They're not working for Malfoy or the old families. They're working for someone outside the castle. Someone who's been asking very specific questions about your abilities and your schedule." Harry felt a chill despite his internal warmth. "The equilibrium. I don't know the name, but the description fits. Professional, well-funded, very interested in containment magic and binding rituals." Blaise hesitated. "Harry, they've got access to detailed information. Things that only someone close to you would know." "Who?" "I'm working on that. But in the meantime, be careful who you trust." Blaise moved toward the door. "And for what it's worth, I'm not the spy. My mother taught me to never work for organizations. Individuals can be bribed, manipulated, controlled. Organizations are unpredictable." "That's oddly reassuring." "I thought so." Blaise paused at the threshold. "You're interesting, Potter. I haven't decided yet whether that's good or bad, but I'm enjoying finding out." He left Harry alone in the empty classroom, surrounded by dust and shadows and the growing certainty that danger was closing in. Daphne found him in the library later that night. "You're worried." Harry looked up from the book he'd been pretending to read, a history of the elemental wars that contained nothing he hadn't already learned from the goblins. "What makes you say that?" "The temperature drops 3 degrees whenever you're stressed. It's subtle, but I've learned to notice." She slid into the chair across from him. "Blaise talked to you. Did he tell you what about?" "He told me he'd made initial contact." Her gray eyes were steady on his. "Information is currency in Slytherin, Harry. Blaise collects it. I trade in it. We're both useful allies, but neither of us works for free. What do you want in exchange?" "Your trust. Not blind trust, we're Slytherins, we don't believe in that, but enough trust to work together when our interests align." She leaned forward slightly. "The spy isn't working alone. They have at least 2 others in the castle, maybe more. I don't know who they are, but I know they've been watching you since the moment you arrived." Harry absorbed this. "How do you know?" "Because they've been watching me too. My family's neutrality makes us suspicious to everyone, but especially to groups that demand absolute loyalty." Her voice hardened. "The equilibrium approached my father last year. They wanted access to certain family resources. He refused. And now they're watching you to see if you're a threat. Or an opportunity. They know I've aligned with you, everyone knows that. If they can turn me, they can get close to you. If they can't turn me, I become a liability. Harry felt his fire stir, protective warmth spreading through his chest. They won't touch you. That's sweet, but unrealistic. They'll do whatever serves their goals. Daphne's expression was pragmatic. What matters is making sure their goals become too expensive to pursue. How do we do that? By making ourselves valuable. By building alliances that would retaliate if we were harmed. By becoming too connected, too protected, too useful to remove quietly. She smiled slightly. Politics, Harry. It's always politics. Harry thought about Ragnarok's lessons, about the careful balance of power that kept civilizations from destroying each other. The goblins had survived for millennia by making themselves indispensable, their banking system, their craftsmanship, their neutrality in wizard conflicts. You want to build a network. I want to build a faction. Students now, but we'll grow up. In 20 years, the people we ally with will be running the ministry, leading the Wisingamot, controlling the major families. Daphne's eyes gleamed. The boy who lived and the greengrass heir, with our own coalition. We could reshape the entire political landscape. That's thinking long-term. Slytherins always think long-term. She stood. Consider it. We don't have to decide anything tonight. But the offer is open. She left, and Harry stared at the book without seeing it. A network. A faction. Power not just magical but political, the kind that couldn't be taken away by binding spells or containment rituals. It was exactly what Ragnarok had been training him for. Maybe, he thought, it's time to start building. Flying class provided an unexpected opportunity. Madame Hooch led them to the training grounds, Slytherins and Gryffindors together, which immediately raised tensions. Harry found himself between Neville and Draco, a position that felt metaphorically appropriate. Everyone stand by a broom. Stick your hand over it and say, up. Harry's broom leaped into his hand before he finished speaking. So did Draco's. Most of the other students had to repeat the command several times, and Neville's broom simply rolled over and refused to move. Now, mount your brooms. Neville's broom had other ideas. It shot upward without warning, carrying Neville with it, spiraling toward the castle in a path that would have been comical if it hadn't been clearly out of control. Madame Hooch shouted instructions that Neville couldn't follow. Students screamed. Someone cast a spell that missed entirely. Harry didn't think. He became wind. The transformation was instinctive, smoother than it had ever been before. One moment he was standing on the ground, the next he was everywhere and nowhere, riding the air currents toward the flailing boy and his misbehaving broom. He reformed behind Neville, arms wrapping around the smaller boy's waist, and pulled. Not physically, he pulled with his will, commanding the air around them to slow, to cushion, to bear them gently toward the ground instead of letting them fall. The broom fought him for a moment, then surrendered to a power it couldn't comprehend. They landed softly on the grass. Neville was shaking, face pale, but uninjured. Harry, how did you were just, lucky catch. Harry helped him stand, aware of the entire class staring at them with expressions ranging from awe to terror. You okay? I think so. My Gran's going to kill me. Madame Hooch arrived, torn between relief and fury. Mr. Potter. That was completely unauthorized use of magic during a lesson. However, she looked at Neville, who was still trembling. It was also remarkably quick thinking. 10 points to Slytherin for reflexes, and 10 points from Slytherin for showing off. That's the same number of points. Yes. Her lips twitched. It is. The story spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By dinner, everyone knew that Harry Potter had transformed into wind to save Neville Longbottom from a flying accident. The Prophet's correspondent in Hogsmeade somehow got wind of it, and by the next morning, the headline read, boy who lived reveals elemental powers, savior or threat. This is going to make things complicated, Daphne observed, reading the paper over breakfast. Things were already complicated. More complicated, then. She set down the paper. You need to get ahead of this. Make a statement, control the narrative. I'm 11. I shouldn't have to manage my media presence. You're the most famous wizard in Britain. You've been managing your media presence since the day you were born. Daphne's voice was matter-of-fact. The question is whether you do it well or badly. Harry sighed. She was right, of course. The goblins had taught him the same lesson in different words: perception shaped reality, and reality shaped power. What do you suggest? An interview. Something controlled, with a sympathetic outlet. Not the Prophet, they're too political. The Quibbler, maybe, or one of the academic journals that focuses on magical theory. Why would an academic journal want to interview me? Because you're the first elemental wizard in 1,000 years. Daphne's smile was thin. That makes you the most significant magical development since the founding of Hogwarts. Researchers will be begging for access. Harry considered this. An academic interview would let him present his abilities as fascinating rather than threatening, something to be studied rather than feared. It would also give him a platform to establish his own narrative before the Equilibrium or the Ministry could define him. Set it up, he said. But I want veto power over any questions. Obviously. Daphne returned to her breakfast, looking satisfied. I'll have options for you by the end of the week. Neville found him after lunch. I never thanked you properly. For yesterday. You don't have to thank me. Anyone would have done the same. No, they wouldn't. Neville's voice was quiet but firm. Most people would have panicked or waited for Madame Hooch or just watched. You acted. You saved my life. Harry didn't know how to respond to gratitude this sincere. In his experience, people thanked you when they wanted something, not because they genuinely meant it. You're my friend, he said finally. Friends help each other. Neville's face lit up in a way that made Harry feel both warm and slightly guilty. He hadn't done anything heroic, he'd just reacted to a threat the way he'd been trained. But if Neville wanted to see it as something more. I want to help you, Neville said. With whatever you're doing. I know I'm not powerful like you, but I can do things. Carry messages. Watch people. Whatever you need. Neville, I mean it. My parents fought against you-know-who. They gave everything to stop evil people from hurting others. His jaw set. I want to be like them. I want to make a difference. Harry studied the round-faced boy, seeing past the nervous exterior to something harder underneath. Neville had grown up in the shadow of tragedy, with constant reminders of what his parents had sacrificed. That kind of history left marks. Okay, Harry said slowly. But I need you to understand something first. What I'm doing, what I'm building, it's not heroics. It's not good versus evil. It's politics, strategy, power games that could get people hurt. I understand. Do you? Because once you're in, you're in. The Equilibrium is already watching me. If you're openly allied with me, they'll watch you too. Neville's face paled slightly, but his voice didn't waver. Let them watch. I'm tired of being afraid. Harry extended his hand. Welcome to the team, then. Neville shook it with a grip that was stronger than expected. 2 allies in Gryffindor, Harry thought. 2 more in Slytherin, if I can solidify things with Blaze. It's a start. The Halloween feast was a Hogwarts tradition, and the Great Hall had been transformed to match. Thousands of live bats fluttered beneath the enchanted ceiling. Massive pumpkins glowed with magical light. The food was spectacular: roast beef and chicken, towers of vegetables, more sweets than Harry had ever seen in one place. He was halfway through his second helping when the doors burst open. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, who stuttered and flinched at shadows, came running into the hall, his turban askew, his face a mask of terror. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons!" He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted into chaos. Students screamed. Teachers shouted. Dumbledore's voice boomed over the noise, commanding everyone to return to their dormitories immediately, prefects leading the way. Harry stood frozen for a moment, his elemental senses screaming. Something was wrong. Not the troll, that was real, he could feel its massive magical signature somewhere below the castle, a blunt force of rage and hunger. But there was something else, something cold and calculated, moving through the chaos toward the third-floor corridor, where the Cerberus guarded whatever Dumbledore was hiding. "Harry." Daphne was beside him, her face pale. "We need to go, the troll is a distraction." Harry's voice was distant, his attention focused on the magical disturbance he could feel spreading through the castle. "Someone is using it to get past the dog." "What dog?" "Harry, we need to go with the others. Get everyone to the common room." He was already moving, pushing against the flow of students, heading for the stairs. "I'll handle this. Harry." But he was gone, slipping through the crowd with skills learned from years of avoiding the Dursleys, making himself invisible through sheer force of will. The third-floor corridor was supposed to be forbidden. Harry didn't care. He could feel Quirrell ahead of him, the professor's magical signature had changed, the stuttering weakness replaced by something sharper and colder. Something that felt familiar in a way Harry couldn't quite place. The Cerberus was asleep when he arrived, lulled by an enchanted harp that played itself in the corner. A trapdoor in the floor stood open, and Harry could feel magical defenses activating below, traps and barriers and tests designed to prevent exactly what was happening. He dropped through the hole without hesitation. The first challenge was plants, Devil's Snare, he recognized from herbology, tendrils wrapping around him the moment he landed. Harry became fire, and the plants recoiled with a shriek, releasing him to drop onto solid stone. The second challenge was keys, thousands of them, flying through a massive chamber, with broomsticks waiting below. Harry ignored the brooms entirely, extending his will to the air itself, commanding the currents to carry him across the room without touching anything that might trigger additional traps. The third challenge was chess, a life-sized board with animated pieces that watched him with stone eyes. Harry walked across without playing, and the pieces didn't move. They'd been designed to test wizards who relied on conventional magic, his elemental nature didn't register as a threat. The fourth challenge was a troll, already defeated, unconscious on the floor. Quirrell had passed through recently. The fifth challenge was potions, a riddle and a row of bottles, with fire blocking the way forward and back. Harry laughed and walked through the flames without bothering to solve anything. Fire couldn't hurt him. The sixth challenge was nothing. The final chamber was empty except for a mirror. An enormous, ornate mirror that showed his reflection standing alone in the stone room. Except his reflection wasn't alone. His reflection held something, a blood-red stone, glowing with inner light, and as Harry watched, his reflection slipped the stone into its pocket and winked at him. He felt weight settle in his own pocket. "Clever," said a voice behind him. "Very clever." Harry turned. Quirrell stood in the doorway, but the stuttering fool was gone. In his place was something else, cold, calculating, radiating a dark magic that made Harry's skin crawl. "You beat me to the stone." Quirrell's voice had changed too, becoming deeper, more resonant. "I underestimated you, Harry Potter. I won't make that mistake again." "Who are you?" Quirrell laughed, a horrible, rattling sound. "Don't you recognize me? After everything we've shared?" He reached up and began unwinding his turban. Harry's fire blazed to life, defensive walls of flame springing up around him as the purple cloth fell away, revealing a face. A second face, growing from the back of Quirrell's head, pale and twisted and wrong. "Yes," it hissed. See me, Harry Potter. See what your mother's sacrifice reduced me to. Voldemort. The name is Lord Voldemort. And you will give me that stone. The battle was brief and brutal. Voldemort, or whatever was left of him, parasitically attached to Quirrell's body, launched spells that Harry had never seen, dark magic that screamed through the air with killing intent. Harry responded with fire and wind and stone, pulling the very elements of the chamber to his defense. You cannot defeat me, boy. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a face on the back of someone's head. Harry's voice was cold. You're not even alive. He pushed. Not with spells or fire or any magic he'd been taught. He pushed with his elemental nature itself, with the fundamental force of his being, rejecting Voldemort's existence the way his body rejected poison. Quirrell screamed as his skin began to burn where Harry's power touched him. What is this, my mother's sacrifice? Harry understood now, felt the truth of it resonating through his elemental core. She died for me. Her love is in my blood, in my magic, in everything I am. And you can't touch it. He grabbed Quirrell's face. The professor's flesh turned to ash beneath his fingers. Voldemort's shade screamed, a sound that wasn't physical, that echoed through dimensions Harry couldn't see, and then it was fleeing, a dark cloud of malevolence ripping itself free from its dying host and vanishing through the walls. Quirrell collapsed. Dead before he hit the ground. Harry stood alone in the chamber, the philosopher's stone heavy in his pocket, surrounded by the ash of a man who had chosen the wrong master. Well done, said a voice. He turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable. The stone, Harry said. It was bait. The stone was real. But yes, it was also bait. A lure to draw out whoever was seeking it. Dumbledore stepped forward, his robes swishing against the stone floor. I did not expect it to be Voldemort himself. You knew he wasn't dead. I suspected. Feared. The old wizard's eyes were heavy with sorrow. There are magics that can preserve a soul beyond death, Harry. Dark magics, of the worst kind. Tom Riddle, that was his name, before he became Voldemort, studied them extensively. Harry felt the stone's weight in his pocket. What happens now? Now. Dumbledore smiled sadly. Now you give me the stone, and I return it to my friend Nicholas Flamel. And we begin preparing for what comes next. Which is? Voldemort will return, Harry. Not today, not this year, perhaps not for many years. But he will return. Dumbledore's gaze was steady. And when he does, you will need to be ready. Harry pulled the stone from his pocket. It glowed in the dim light, warm and pulsing with power. The elixir of life. Immortality in the palm of his hand. He handed it over without regret. I'll be ready, he said. I'm already building something. Allies, resources, power. When Voldemort comes back, he won't find the scared child he tried to kill. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You have changed a great deal, Harry, since you arrived at Hogwarts. You are more than I expected. More than anyone expected. Is that a compliment or a warning? Perhaps both. The headmaster turned toward the exit, the stone clutched in his ancient hands. Come. The school will be worried about you, and I believe there's a feast still waiting. Harry followed, but at the doorway, he paused. Something had stirred during his battle with Voldemort. Something deep beneath the castle, in the lake bed, in the ancient foundations. The Hollow King, whatever it was, had felt what Harry could do. And it was pleased. Not yet, whispered a voice in the back of his mind. But soon. You grow stronger, little elemental. You burn brighter. And the brighter you burn, the closer I come to waking. Harry shook off the voice and followed Dumbledore up the stairs. But he didn't forget it. He would never forget it. Something is coming, he thought. Something worse than Voldemort. And I need to be ready for that too. The end of the year came faster than Harry expected. Exams passed in a blur of tests and practical demonstrations. Harry excelled in defense, his battle with Quirrell had taught him more than a year of classes could have, and scraped by in potions, much to Snape's visible disappointment. The House Cup went to Slytherin, partially on the strength of Harry's performance throughout the year. Draco was furious that Harry had contributed more to their victory than he had. Harry was too tired to care. The feast was festive, the summer promised rest, and as Harry boarded the train home, he found himself flanked by the people who had become, despite everything, his friends. Daphne claimed the window seat with practiced authority. Blaise settled across from her, already pulling out a book. Neville arrived with Hermione, the two Gryffindors joining the Slytherins without any apparent sense of irony. "Well," Hermione said, as the train began to move, "that was certainly an interesting first year." Interesting is one word for it. Blaise turned a page without looking up. Near-death experiences, political maneuvering, and the revelation that you-know-who is still sort of alive. Just a normal 11-year-old experience. For us, maybe. Daphne's voice was dry. "I suspect we're not going to have normal years at Hogwarts. Not while Harry's around." Harry looked out the window at the Scottish countryside flowing past. He should have felt tired, he was tired, but beneath the exhaustion was something else. Anticipation, maybe. Purpose. "Next year will be different," he said. "I'll be stronger. We'll be better prepared. And whatever the Equilibrium is planning, whatever Voldemort is plotting, whatever is lurking beneath the lake, wait, what's lurking beneath the lake?" Hermione's voice rose in alarm. "We'll face it together." Daphne smiled. Blaise nodded approvingly. Neville looked determined. Hermione looked like she wanted to ask a dozen more questions but was restraining herself. Harry leaned back in his seat and let the warmth of the sun wash over him. First year done. Many more to go. But I'm ready. I'm finally ready. Deep beneath Hogwarts, in the darkness where no light reached, the Hollow King stirred in its ancient prison. The seals that bound it, crafted 1,000 years ago by elemental wizards whose names had been forgotten, groaned under pressures they were never meant to bear. Cracks spread through the magical foundations, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for them. "The boy grows," the Hollow King observed. "The boy burns. The boy becomes." And with every transformation, every exercise of elemental power, the bindings weaken. The goblins sense it. They have always sensed it. That is why they train him so carefully. They hope he will be strong enough to repair the seals before they fail entirely. They are wrong. The seals will fail. The prison will break. And when it does, the Hollow King's attention turned outward, toward the world it had been denied for so long. Mountains and oceans and cities full of living things, all burning with the spark of existence. All fires burn out. All storms pass. All things end. And I am ending. Soon, little elemental. Very, very soon. In the darkness, something that might have been a smile spread across a face that had no features. "We will meet again, Harry Potter. And when we do, you will understand what you truly are." Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Lessons in Fire and Ice. Summer at Gringotts was nothing like summer at Privet Drive. Harry woke each morning in his stone chamber beneath the bank, ate breakfast with goblin traders discussing market fluctuations and political developments, and spent his days training with an intensity that would have broken him a year ago. Now it just made him stronger. Grimjaw had added new elements to the regimen, literally. Fire had always come naturally, but now Harry learned to call water from the air, to speak to stone, to ride lightning across the training halls. Each element had its own personality, its own demands, its own price. "Water is patient," Grimjaw explained, watching Harry attempt to shape a sphere of liquid between his palms. "It does not fight, it flows. You cannot command water. You can only guide it. Fire is easier. Fire is familiar. That is not the same thing. The goblin's staff cracked against Harry's knuckles, breaking his concentration and splattering water across the floor. Again. Harry tried again. And again. And again. By midsummer, he could hold water steady for nearly a minute. By late August, he could call rain from clear skies and still the surface of the lake above them with a thought. It wasn't mastery. True mastery would take years, maybe decades, but it was progress. Earth was harder still. Stone didn't want to move, it had spent millions of years settling into place, and it resented being disturbed. Harry learned to persuade rather than command, to offer the rock new shapes it might find interesting, to treat every boulder and pebble as a potential ally rather than a tool. "You begin to understand," Grimjaw said one afternoon, watching Harry reshape a granite pillar into a spiraling tower. "The elements are not your servants. They are your partners. Respect them, and they will move mountains for you. Disrespect them, and they'll crush me. They will do what their nature demands. A fire that burns a house does not hate the house. It simply burns." The goblin's black eyes glittered. The last elemental wizards forgot this. They treated their power as a weapon to be wielded. When they lost control, they became weapons themselves, and weapons care nothing for friend or foe. Harry let the stone settle back into its original form. Is that what happened to Mordred? Mordred loved his mother beyond reason. When she died, his grief became fire, and fire became the world. Grimjaw's voice was heavy with old memory. 3 continents burned. Civilizations fell. The magical world was set back 1,000 years. And the equilibrium was formed to make sure it never happened again. The equilibrium believes they understand elemental power. They do not. They see only the destruction, never the creation. They forget that rain feeds crops as well as floods, that fire warms homes as well as burns them. The goblin handed Harry a flask of water. "You are learning what Mordred never did, that power without control is merely chaos. Keep learning." The letters came weekly. Daphne wrote in precise, carefully worded missives that contained political updates disguised as social commentary. The Greengrass family was hosting a summer gala, several ministry officials would be in attendance. Lucius Malfoy had been asking questions about Harry's whereabouts, she had provided misleading answers. The Prophet was running increasingly hostile editorials about the Gringotts boy, painting him as a puppet of goblin interests. "Let them write what they want," Harry responded. "The truth will become clear when we're ready." Blaze's letters were shorter, more cryptic. Names and dates, observations and suspicions. He was building a network of informants among the old families, trading favors and secrets with the skill of someone twice his age. "The spy from last year has gone quiet," one letter read. "Either they've been removed, or they're being more careful. I'm watching." Neville's letters were the most unexpected. The shy, uncertain boy Harry had met on the train was finding his voice, and his magic. "The goblin healers were right," Neville wrote in July. "Something was blocking my core. They called it a magical suppressant, apparently my grandmother had it placed after my parents were hurt, to prevent accidental outbursts. They never told me. They never told anyone. The suppressant is gone now. Harry, I can feel my magic. Really feel it, for the first time ever. It's like I've been wearing earplugs my whole life and someone finally took them out. Gran is furious. Not at me, at herself, for listening to the healers who recommended the suppressant in the first place. She says she was afraid of what I might become. She says she's sorry. I don't know if I forgive her yet. But I'm trying." Harry read that letter 3 times before responding. Neville's situation was more complicated than Harry's had been. He'd been harmed by people who loved him, who genuinely believed they were protecting him. That kind of betrayal didn't heal easily. "Take your time," Harry wrote back. "Forgiveness isn't something you owe anyone. It's something you give when you're ready. And if you're never ready, that's okay too. But Neville, you're going to be powerful now. Really powerful. The Longbottom line is ancient, and your core was blocked for years. When it fully opens, come to Gringotts before term starts. We should train together. Hermione arrived with questions. She appeared in early August, having somehow convinced her Muggle parents to let her visit a goblin bank in magical London. The goblins were bemused by her presence but too professional to turn away a guest of Harry's. "Your library is incredible," she said, practically vibrating with excitement as Harry showed her around. "Some of these texts are older than Hogwarts. This one," she pointed at a crumbling tome behind glass, "is that written in gobbledygook? You'll have to ask Snaggook. He's the head librarian. And he's protective. I understand completely. Proper reverence for primary sources is essential." Hermione finally stopped gawking at the books long enough to actually look at Harry. "You've changed. I'm taller. That's not what I mean." Her brown eyes were sharp, assessing. "You're calmer. More centered. Last year you were always, not nervous, exactly, but alert. Like you were waiting for something bad to happen." "I was waiting for something bad to happen. Something usually did. And now?" Harry considered the question. He did feel different, not safer, exactly, but more prepared. A year of training, a year of allies, a year of learning what he was capable of. The equilibrium was still out there. Voldemort was still out there. The thing beneath the lake was still out there. But so was he. "Now I'm ready for it," he said. "Whatever comes." Hermione nodded slowly. "I've been researching elemental wizards. There isn't much in the Hogwarts library, it's almost like someone deliberately removed information, but I found references in older texts. Historical accounts of what they could do. And I think the histories are wrong. Or at least incomplete." She pulled a notebook from her bag, filled with her neat, precise handwriting. "The common narrative is that elemental wizards were powerful but unstable, walking natural disasters who inevitably lost control. But some of the older sources tell different stories. Elementals who lived full lives, who had families, who helped people. What happened to them? That's the interesting part. They all disappeared around the same time, roughly 1,000 years ago. Not just Mordred, but dozens of others across the world. It's like someone systematically hunted them down." Hermione's face was grim. The equilibrium. Harry felt cold despite the summer heat. He'd known the equilibrium was dangerous, but systematic genocide was something else entirely. "They don't just contain threats," he said slowly. "They eliminate them. And they've been doing it for a very long time." Hermione closed her notebook. "Harry, I think you're the first elemental born in centuries because they've been preventing it. Killing bloodlines, destroying records, making sure no one even knows what's possible. Until me. Until you. And now they're scrambling, because you appeared before they could stop you." She met his eyes. "You're not just a threat to their control. You're proof that their entire 1,000-year project has failed." Harry absorbed this. The equilibrium hadn't just been watching for elementals, they'd been actively suppressing them. Which meant that somewhere in the world, there might be others like him. Dormant bloodlines. Hidden potential. People who had no idea what they could become. "We need to find them," he said. "Before the equilibrium does." "I was hoping you'd say that." Hermione pulled out another notebook, this one filled with genealogical charts. "I've already started mapping possible bloodlines. It's incomplete, but, Hermione." Harry smiled despite the weight of what they were discussing. "You're terrifying, you know that." She grinned. "I prefer thorough." Neville arrived the following week, and Harry barely recognized him. Gone was the pudgy, nervous boy who'd clutched his toad like a lifeline. In his place stood someone taller, leaner, with an intensity in his eyes that hadn't been there before. His magical signature blazed with barely contained power, not wild, exactly, but new. Unfamiliar to its owner. Harry. Neville's voice was steadier too. Thank you. For everything. You did the work. I just pointed you in the right direction. You did more than that. Neville looked around the training hall, taking in the scorch marks and craters from Harry's practice sessions. You gave me a chance. No one else. He stopped, swallowed hard. No one else believed I could be anything. Their loss. You're going to be terrifying. Neville laughed, a genuine sound, free of the anxiety that had colored everything he said last year. I don't want to be terrifying. I want to be useful. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Harry gestured toward the training circle. Show me what you've got. What Neville had was raw, unpolished, and genuinely impressive. His magic didn't flow like Harry's, it surged, erupting in powerful bursts that lacked finesse but made up for it in sheer force. His stunner cracked stone. His shield charm flickered but held against everything Harry threw at it. You're fighting your magic, Harry observed after the third round. You're treating it like something you have to control. Try treating it like something you're partnering with. That's easy for you to say. You're an elemental. And you're a Longbottom. Your family has been producing powerful wizards for centuries. That magic is your heritage, it wants to work with you. Harry demonstrated, letting fire dance across his palms. See? The fire isn't separate from me. We're the same thing. Neville closed his eyes, concentrating. When he opened them, his wand was glowing with steady golden light instead of the flickering brightness from before. Better, Harry said. Much better. They trained for 3 hours, stopping only when Grimjaw declared that Neville would collapse if he pushed any harder. The goblins studied the Gryffindor with professional interest. Strong core. Good instincts. Terrible technique. Grimjaw's assessment was characteristically blunt. With proper training, he could be formidable. I'm right here, Neville said mildly. I know. I was complimenting you. The goblin's teeth showed in what might have been a smile. Return before term starts. We will work on your fundamentals. Really? Gringotts has invested in Harry Potter. His allies are our allies. Grimjaw's expression sharpened. His enemies are also our enemies. Remember that, young Longbottom. Neville's jaw set. I will. September 1st arrived with the weight of expectation. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching families say their goodbyes, feeling oddly detached from the bustle around him. He'd come alone, no parents to hug him, no siblings to tease him, no grandmother to give stern advice. Just Harry and his trunk and the knowledge that whatever this year brought, he was as ready as he could be. Daphne found him first. You look different, she said, falling into step beside him as they boarded the train. Stronger. Summer training. Obviously. But it's more than that. Her gray eyes studied him with familiar intensity. You're not hiding anymore. Last year you were always watching, assessing, keeping part of yourself back. Now I don't need to hide. No. You don't. She smiled slightly. It's a good look. They found a compartment near the back of the train, the same one they'd used last year. Blaze was already there, a new book in his hands, looking exactly the same as he had in June. Potter. Greengrass. He didn't look up from his reading. I trust the summer was productive. Very. Harry settled into his seat. I cultivated 7 new informants, uncovered 3 minor corruption scandals I'm saving for leverage, and learned that the Equilibrium has a new operative at Hogwarts. Blaze turned a page. Productive enough. A new operative? Do we know who? Not yet. But they arrived this summer, which narrows the field to new staff members. He finally looked up, his dark eyes glittering. There's only one new professor this year. Defense against the dark arts. Harry felt a chill. Who? Gilderoy Lockhart. Blaze's lip curled. The famous author. The dashing adventurer. The man who claims to have defeated everything from banshees to werewolves. Claims. The stories don't add up. Details change between retellings. Sources mysteriously refuse to corroborate. Blaze set down his book. Either he's the greatest wizard of the century with remarkably bad luck in documentation, or he's a fraud who's stolen other people's accomplishments. And you think he's Equilibrium? I think it's suspicious that a celebrity author would suddenly accept a teaching position at Hogwarts in the same year that the Equilibrium needs new eyes on you. Blaze shrugged. Could be coincidence. Could be something else. The door slid open, and Neville entered with Hermione close behind. The compartment was getting crowded, but no one seemed to mind. We need to talk about Lockhart, Hermione said without preamble. I've read all his books. They're fascinating stories, but the magical theory doesn't hold up, Blaze finished. I know. I noticed. Hermione looked slightly annoyed at being interrupted, then impressed. Exactly. Some of the spells he describes don't exist. Others are described incorrectly. It's like he doesn't actually understand the magic he's claiming to have used. So we watch him, Harry said. Carefully. If he's Equilibrium, he'll make a move eventually. If he's just a fraud, we'll have enough evidence to get him removed. And if he's something else entirely? Daphne asked. Then we adapt. Harry leaned back in his seat as the train began to move. That's what we do. The welcoming feast was standard Hogwarts spectacle, first years sorted, food materialized. Dumbledore gave a speech that was somehow both meaningful and completely incomprehensible. What wasn't standard was the way Lockhart preened at the head table, flashing his teeth at anyone who looked his way. He's wearing medals, Blaze observed quietly. To a school feast. He's worse than Malfoy, Neville muttered. And I didn't think that was possible. Harry watched the new professor with elemental senses extended, trying to get a read on his magical signature. What he found was strange. Lockhart's magic was slippery, hard to pin down, shifting constantly as if it couldn't quite decide what it wanted to be. There's something wrong with him, Harry said. His magic feels damaged. Damaged how? Hermione asked. I don't know. Like it's been stretched and overused. Like there are holes in it. Harry shook his head. I've never felt anything like it. The feast ended, and students dispersed to their common rooms. Harry lingered, watching Lockhart leave the great hall surrounded by admirers, his smile never wavering. Whatever you are, Harry thought, I'm going to find out. Defense against the dark arts was first thing Monday morning. Harry arrived early, taking a seat in the back where he could observe without being the center of attention. The classroom had been redecorated since last year, portraits of Lockhart covered every wall, each one showing a different adventure, each one featuring that same dazzling smile. Quite something, aren't they? Lockhart swept in, his robes a blinding shade of lilac, his hair perfectly coiffed. I find that students learn better when surrounded by examples of excellence. Examples of narcissism, more like, Blaze murmured. Lockhart didn't seem to hear. He posed at the front of the room, waiting until he had everyone's attention, then launched into a quiz that contained nothing but questions about himself. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What would Gilderoy Lockhart most like for his birthday? Harry left the quiz blank. Around him, other students scribbled answers with varying degrees of seriousness. Hermione filled in every question, though her expression suggested academic habit rather than genuine interest. Now then. Lockhart collected the quizzes and began flipping through them. Let's see how you've done. Miss Granger, full marks. Excellent work. Hermione looked more embarrassed than pleased. But the real lesson, Lockhart continued, sweeping to a covered cage in the corner, is practical experience. Nothing teaches like hands-on learning, wouldn't you agree? He whipped off the cover, revealing, Cornish pixies. Seamus Finnegan laughed. They're not dangerous. Don't be so sure. Lockhart's voice dropped dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies can be extremely troublesome. Let's see how you handle them. He opened the cage door. Chaos erupted instantly. Pixies swarmed the room, shrieking and destroying everything in reach. They grabbed books, yanked hair, overturned desks. Lockhart shouted a spell that did absolutely nothing. The pixies didn't even slow down. Harry didn't move. He watched as Lockhart retreated toward the door, as students scrambled for cover, as the pixies systematically demolished the classroom. It would have been easy to stop them, a simple wave of air pressure would have swept them back into their cage, but he wanted to see what Lockhart would do. What Lockhart did was flee. I'll just leave you to clean up, practical exercise. He was out the door before the sentence finished, leaving the students to deal with the mess. Unbelievable, Neville said, stunning a pixie that was trying to bite his ear. Immobulus. Hermione's spell froze every pixie in the room, dropping them to the floor like electric blue hailstones. She looked furious. That was completely irresponsible. He could have gotten someone hurt. Harry began collecting the frozen pixies, depositing them back in their cage. He didn't just lose control. He couldn't control them. His spell had no power behind it. You're right. Blaise appeared beside him, his expression thoughtful. I was watching his wand work. The movements were correct, but there was no magic flowing through them. It's like he was pantomiming. So he's definitely a fraud. Or something's wrong with his magic. Harry secured the cage latch. Either way, we need to investigate further. The investigation began that night. Harry slipped out of the Slytherin common room after midnight, using techniques he'd learned from the goblins, moving with the air currents, leaving no magical trace, becoming almost invisible to casual observation. The castle was quiet, most students long asleep, only the occasional ghost drifting through corridors. Lockhart's office was on the third floor, protected by a simple locking charm that Harry bypassed by flowing through the gap beneath the door as wind. He reformed inside, surrounded by more portraits of Lockhart, each one watching him with unnerving attention. Don't mind me, Harry murmured to the nearest portrait. Just looking. The portrait preened but said nothing. Apparently, Lockhart hadn't enchanted his own images to talk, probably because he'd want them to say things more interesting than, lovely to meet you. Harry searched methodically. Desk drawers yielded nothing but fan mail and hair products. Filing cabinets contained book contracts and royalty statements. The bookshelf held copies of Lockhart's own works, each one annotated with notes like, bestseller for 12 weeks, and, film rights pending. But in the back of the bottom drawer, buried under a pile of unsorted correspondence, Harry found something different. A journal. Leather-bound, worn with age, written in a hand that definitely wasn't Lockhart's flowing script. The writing was cramped, desperate, the words of someone documenting crimes they couldn't stop committing. I did it again. Found another wizard with a story worth telling, used the memory charm, took everything. They won't remember me. They never remember me. The charm is getting easier. Too easy. I barely have to try anymore. Just point my wand and think about what I want to know, and their memories flow into me like water. But something's happening to me. I can feel it. Each time I take someone's memories, I lose a piece of myself. My own past is getting fuzzy. I can't remember my mother's face. I can't remember my childhood home. The more I steal, the more I lose. I think I'm disappearing. Harry read the entire journal, his horror growing with each page. Lockhart wasn't just a fraud, he was a magical vampire, feeding on other people's experiences because he'd somehow lost the ability to form his own. The memory charms he'd cast on dozens of victims had damaged something fundamental in his magical core. And now he was at Hogwarts, surrounded by students, desperate for new memories to steal. The equilibrium didn't send him, Harry realized. He's here for his own reasons. Looking for fresh victims. Looking for me. Harry confronted him the next day. Not publicly, that would cause panic, force Lockhart into defensive action, possibly hurt students. Instead, Harry waited until Lockhart's office hours and knocked on the door with a question about advanced defensive techniques. "Ah, Harry." Lockhart's smile was as dazzling as ever. "I was wondering when you'd come to see me." The boy who lived, seeking advice from the Order of Merlin Winner, what a partnership we could make. "I'm sure." Harry closed the door behind him. "But I'm not here for advice." "No." Lockhart's smile flickered for just a moment. "Then what? I found your journal." The room went very still. Lockhart's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted, the empty cheerfulness replaced by something colder, more calculating. "I don't know what you're talking about." "The one in your desk. The one where you documented every memory charm you've ever cast. Every life you've stolen." Harry felt his fire stir, protective warmth spreading through his core. "You're not here to teach. You're here to hunt." Lockhart stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, not his usual practiced chuckle, but something raw and desperate. "Hunt. Yes, I suppose that's accurate." He sank into his chair, the confident pose evaporating. "You don't understand what it's like. What I've become." "Then explain." "I was nothing, when I started. A mediocre wizard with no special talents, no family connections, nothing to recommend me. But I wanted to be someone. I wanted people to know my name, to admire me, to love me." His voice cracked. "So I found someone who'd done something remarkable, and I took their memories. Made them mine. Published them as my own experiences. And then you did it again. And again. I couldn't stop." Lockhart's hands were shaking. "Each time I cast the charm, it got easier. But it also took something from me. My own memories started fading. Faces I should have known. Experiences I should have had. Gone, replaced by other people's lives. Until you couldn't remember who you really were. I don't even know anymore." Tears were streaming down Lockhart's face, ruining his perfect makeup. "I'm not Gilderoy Lockhart. I'm a collection of stolen moments wearing a famous man's face. And if I don't keep taking new memories, I'll fade away entirely." Harry felt an unexpected pang of pity. Lockhart was a criminal, a thief of the worst kind, but he was also a victim of his own addiction. He'd tried to become someone special and instead had erased himself entirely. "You can't stay at Hogwarts," Harry said quietly. "I know. I was hoping," Lockhart laughed bitterly. "I was hoping to find some student with interesting experiences. Someone whose memories might fill the empty places. Someone like you. That's not going to happen." "No. I suppose not." Lockhart looked at him with something like respect. "You're different from what I expected. Stronger. More solid. You know exactly who you are, don't you?" "I'm learning." "Hold on to that. Whatever else you do, hold on to that." Lockhart stood, straightening his robes with automatic habit. "I'll resign in the morning. Tell them I've received an offer I can't refuse, something appropriately dramatic. They'll believe it. And then what? Then I'll disappear. Find somewhere quiet to fade away." His smile was sad. "It's what I deserve, isn't it? To become as forgotten as the people I stole from." Harry watched him go, feeling oddly hollow. He'd expected a villain. What he'd found was a tragedy. Lockhart's resignation made the papers. Celebrity author abandons Hogwarts, the prophet trumpeted. Lockhart claims, higher calling, the students were disappointed. Lockhart had been popular, despite his incompetence, but the staff seemed relieved. Dumbledore announced that Professor Snape would temporarily cover defense classes while a permanent replacement was found. That was you, Daphne said at breakfast, reading between the lines of the Prophet article. Wasn't it? Harry shrugged. He wasn't what he pretended to be. Is anyone? Some people. He glanced across the great hall at Neville, who was demonstrating proper wand grip to a first year. At Hermione, absorbed in a book twice the size of her head. At Blaise, observing everything with his usual detached interest. Some people are exactly what they appear to be. How refreshing. Daphne's voice was dry, but her smile was genuine. So if Lockhart wasn't the equilibrium operative, who is? I don't know. But we'll find out. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. Classes, homework, the endless rhythm of academic life. Harry almost let himself believe that things might be calm for a while. Then he saw the message on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The words were written in something that looked like blood, painted across the wall near the second-floor bathrooms. A crowd had gathered, students whispering and pointing, teachers pushing through to investigate. And hanging from a torch bracket, stiff and cold, was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, petrified into perfect stillness. What is this? McGonagall's voice cut through the murmurs. Everyone back, give us space. Harry didn't move. He was staring at the message, feeling something stir in his elemental senses, something old and cold and wrong, like the thing beneath the lake but different. More focused. More hungry. The Chamber of Secrets, he murmured. You know what that is? Daphne had appeared beside him, her face pale. Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber. It's supposed to contain a monster, something he placed there to purge the school of Muggleborns. Harry's voice was distant, his attention still focused on the magical residue around the message. I thought it was just a legend. Apparently not. Harry finally tore his gaze away from the wall. The crowd was being herded away by prefects. Dumbledore had arrived, his face grave, examining the petrified cat with careful attention. This isn't the equilibrium, Harry said quietly. This is something else. Something worse. Harry thought about the cold presence he'd felt, the ancient malevolence behind the words. Thought about how Slytherin's monster would be something designed to hunt Muggleborns, to hunt people like Hermione. Maybe, he said. Or maybe just different. He looked at Daphne, at the fear she was trying to hide behind her political mask, and felt his resolve harden. But whatever it is, we're going to stop it. The castle became a different place after that night. Students moved in groups, afraid to be caught alone. Rumors spread like wildfire, the heir of Slytherin had returned, was targeting Muggleborns, could be anyone in the school. Suspicion fell on Harry almost immediately, he was a Slytherin, after all, and hadn't he shown strange powers last year? Ignore them, Blaise advised. Panic makes people stupid. When this is over, they'll forget they ever suspected you. And if it's not over quickly, then we make sure you're publicly cleared. Blaise's expression was calculating. Actually, this could be useful. If you're the one who catches the real heir, your reputation improves dramatically. I'm not going to use a crisis for political advantage. You're going to use it anyway. Might as well be intentional about it. Harry didn't have a good response to that. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, was found petrified in a corridor, his camera melted by some unknown force. Nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley were found together, both frozen in mid-conversation, whatever they'd seen having struck them down instantly. Hermione threw herself into research, determined to solve the mystery through pure intellectual force. She spent every free hour in the library, surrounded by increasingly obscure texts, searching for any reference to the chamber or its monster. It has to be something that can petrify, she reasoned. But also something that would be loyal to Slytherin's heir. Some kind of magical creature. A basilisk, Harry said. He hadn't meant to speak. The word had emerged on its own, pulled from somewhere deep in his elemental consciousness, a recognition of the cold presence he'd felt, the ancient hunger. What? A basilisk. King of serpents. Its gaze kills instantly, but if you see it indirectly, through a camera, reflected in a ghost, it only petrifies. The pieces were clicking together in Harry's mind. That's why no one's died. They've all seen it indirectly. Hermione's eyes went wide. Of course. And Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He could have placed a basilisk in the chamber and commanded it to protect his heir. Which means the heir is also a Parselmouth. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Someone who can speak to snakes. Someone who could control a basilisk. They looked at each other, the implication hanging unspoken between them. Voldemort had been Slytherin's heir. Voldemort had been a Parselmouth. And Voldemort, according to Dumbledore, was still out there somewhere. It's not Voldemort. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the worry lines around his eyes. They were in the headmaster's office, surrounded by whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits. How can you be sure? Because I have sources monitoring his known activities, and he is currently, otherwise occupied. Whatever is controlling the basilisk, it is not the shade I encountered in the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's fingers steepled. However, that does not mean it is unconnected to him. What do you mean? Tom Riddle, Voldemort, was a student at Hogwarts 50 years ago. During his time here, the Chamber of Secrets was opened once before. A student died. The attack stopped only when another student was blamed and expelled. Who was blamed? Rubeus Hagrid. He was accused of keeping a dangerous creature that killed the student. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. He was innocent, of course. The true killer was never caught. Because it was Tom Riddle. I believe so. But I could never prove it. The old wizard sighed. And now, 50 years later, the chamber has opened again. Someone has taken up Tom Riddle's work, or something he left behind has awakened. Harry thought about this. A legacy of Voldemort, hidden in Hogwarts for 50 years, suddenly active again. But why now? What had triggered it? It started when I arrived, he realized. Last year. The presence beneath the lake, the Hollow King, it stirred when I came. What if other things did too? Dumbledore's expression sharpened. You have sensed the Hollow King? Since my first night at Hogwarts. It's aware of me. Watching. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. You know what it is. I know some of what it is. An ancient entity, imprisoned by elemental wizards long before the founders built this school. It was bound with seals that were meant to last forever. Dumbledore's voice dropped. But nothing lasts forever, Harry. And your presence, your power, is weakening those seals. The goblins said the same thing. The goblins are wise in ways wizards often forget. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window that overlooked the grounds. The Hollow King is not your immediate concern, Harry. It will not break free this year, or next, or for many years yet. But the Chamber of Secrets is active now, and students are being hurt now. That must be your priority. Tell me how to find it. I cannot. The chamber has been hidden for 1,000 years. If I knew where it was, I would have sealed it long ago. Dumbledore turned back to face him. But you have resources I do not. Your elemental senses. Your connection to the castle itself. If anyone can find the chamber, Harry, it is you. Harry nodded slowly. Then I'll find it. I know you will. And when you do, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled despite the seriousness of the conversation. Try not to burn down too much of my school. Harry started listening. Not to people, to the castle itself. To the stone that had stood for 1,000 years, absorbing magic and memory. To the water flowing through ancient pipes. To the air currents that wound through corridors unchanged since Slytherin's time. He walked the halls at night, running his hands along walls, feeling for anything that resonated with that cold presence. He explored abandoned classrooms and forgotten passages, searching for any trace of serpent magic. And gradually, he began to hear it. Whispers in the walls. A voice that moved through the pipes, speaking a language that Harry somehow understood, hissing, sibilant, hungry. Kill, kill, time to kill. Parseltongue, he murmured to himself. I can hear it because I'm an elemental. The castle is speaking to me. But why could he understand Parseltongue at all? He wasn't a descendant of Slytherin. Unless something had been transferred to him the night Voldemort tried to kill him. A piece of the Dark Lord's magic, embedded in his scar, giving him abilities that shouldn't have been his. The thought was disturbing, but Harry filed it away for later consideration. Right now, finding the chamber mattered more than understanding why he could hear its monster. He followed the voice through the castle, tracking it through stone and pipe and forgotten passageways, until finally, late one night in early December, he found the entrance. A bathroom. A girl's bathroom, of all places, with a circle of sinks around a central pillar and a ghost haunting one of the stalls. Myrtle, Harry said, recognizing the spirit from descriptions he'd heard. The girl who died 50 years ago. The ghost looked up, her face translucent and tear-streaked. No one comes to see me. No one cares about poor, dead, boring Myrtle. I care. I need to know how you died. Myrtle's expression shifted from self-pity to something more complex. It was awful. I was crying in this very stall, Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses, and I heard someone come in. A boy's voice, speaking some strange language. And then I saw these great big yellow eyes, and then I died. Yellow eyes. Harry felt his heart racing. Where did the eyes come from? Over there. Myrtle pointed to one of the sinks. That's the last thing I ever saw. Those terrible eyes, staring at me from the pipe. Harry examined the sink. On the tap, barely visible, was a tiny snake etched into the copper. Open, he said, in a language he'd never learned but somehow knew. The sink shuddered. The entire ring of basins began to move, sliding apart to reveal a massive pipe descending into darkness. Harry looked down into the Chamber of Secrets, felt the ancient cold rising to meet him, and smiled. Found you. He didn't go alone. Daphne insisted on coming. You're not facing a basilisk without backup, Potter, don't be stupid, and Neville refused to be left behind. Hermione stayed on the surface, coordinating with McGonagall, ready to bring help if they didn't return within an hour. The pipe was slimy and steep, depositing them in a tunnel littered with bones. Small animal bones, mostly, though Harry preferred not to look too closely. The air was thick with the smell of ancient death. Stay behind me, Harry murmured. If you see anything moving, close your eyes immediately. What about you? Neville asked. I'll manage. They moved through the tunnel, Harry's elemental senses extended to their maximum, searching for any sign of the basilisk or its master. The cold presence was stronger here, not the Hollow King, but something related. Something that fed on the same darkness. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber, pillars carved with serpents rising toward a ceiling lost in shadow. At the far end, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin dominated the space, its stone mouth open in an eternal scream. And kneeling before the statue, pale and trembling, was Ginny Weasley. Ginny. Neville started forward, but Harry grabbed his arm. Wait. Something's wrong. Ginny looked up at the sound of his voice, and Harry saw that her eyes were wrong, too dark, too focused, holding an intelligence that didn't belong to an 11-year-old girl. Harry Potter. The voice that came from Ginny's mouth was not her own. I wondered when you'd find your way here. Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Ginny's face twisted into a smile that looked practiced, unnatural. We've met before. In a manner of speaking. She held up a small black diary, its pages fluttering in an unfelt wind. And Harry felt the cold presence intensify, not from the statue, not from the tunnel, but from the diary itself. Tom Riddle, he said. Very good. The boy who lived, clever as well as lucky. The thing wearing Ginny's face stood, its movements too smooth, too controlled. I've been waiting for you, Harry. Ever since poor Ginny started writing in my diary, pouring out her heart to me, I knew you'd come eventually. Let her go. Why would I do that? She's been so useful. Her life force has been feeding me for months, making me stronger. Soon I'll be solid again, alive again, and this time, no mother's sacrifice will stop me. Harry felt fire building in his core, elemental rage at the violation of an innocent girl. But he controlled it, barely, and kept his voice steady. You're not Voldemort. Not really. You're just a memory. A ghost trapped in a book. I am more than a memory. Tom Riddle's fury twisted Ginny's features into something inhuman. I am the preservation of Lord Voldemort's 16-year-old self, his brilliance and ambition captured forever. And when I finish draining this pathetic girl, I will be real. No. Harry stepped forward, letting fire dance across his hands. You won't. The battle was chaos. Tom Riddle spoke in Parseltongue, commanding the statue's mouth to open, and the basilisk emerged, 60 feet of scales and poison and death incarnate. Harry threw himself sideways as the great serpent struck, its fangs sinking into stone where he'd been standing. Don't look at its eyes. Harry shouted, but Daphne and Neville had already learned that lesson. They were fighting blind, casting spells at sounds and shadows, trusting Harry to direct them. The basilisk was fast, impossibly fast for something so large, and Tom Riddle stood untouchable in the center of the chamber, watching with Ginny's dark eyes and laughing. You can't win, Harry. The basilisk is mine to command, and I am immortal. Harry became fire. The transformation was total, more complete than he'd ever achieved, not a human wreathed in flame but a pillar of pure elemental fury, blazing with heat that made the very air scream. The basilisk recoiled, its scales scorching, its hunting instincts screaming warnings about prey that had become predator. Kill him. Tom Riddle shrieked. Kill him now. The basilisk struck. Harry flowed around the attack, his fire form reforming behind the serpent, and seized its tail with hands that burned with the heat of a forge. He pulled. The basilisk screamed, a sound no snake should be able to make, as Harry's fire poured into it, consuming from the inside out. It thrashed and writhed, but Harry held on, pouring more and more power into the ancient monster until finally, it collapsed, smoke rising from its ruined body. No. Tom Riddle's voice cracked. That's impossible. Nothing can. Harry reformed as human, his clothes smoking but his body unharmed. He walked toward Tom Riddle, toward Ginny's possessed body, fire still dancing in his eyes. I'm an elemental wizard, he said quietly. The first in 1,000 years. And you, he reached out and pulled the diary from Tom Riddle's grasp, the physical book his point of connection to the physical world. Are just a ghost with delusions of grandeur. You can't destroy me. I'm protected, preserved, I'll just find another vessel. Harry looked at the diary. Looked at the fire still flickering on his fingertips. And smiled. Let's test that theory. He let the fire consume the diary. Tom Riddle's scream was inhuman, a sound of pure rage and despair that echoed through the chamber as his shade tore itself apart. Ginny collapsed, the dark intelligence fleeing her eyes, replaced by confusion and fear and blessed unconsciousness. The diary burned. And the memory of Tom Riddle, 16 years old forever, finally died. The aftermath was quiet, as aftermaths often were. Harry carried Ginny back through the tunnel, Neville and Daphne supporting him when his legs threatened to give out. The fire had taken more from him than he'd expected, his reserves were nearly empty, his elemental core dimmed to embers. Dumbledore met them at the surface, along with McGonagall and a frantic Molly Weasley. Ginny was rushed to the hospital wing. Harry was examined, pronounced exhausted but uninjured, and ordered to rest. He didn't argue. Later, much later, Dumbledore came to his bedside. "You destroyed a Horcrux," the old wizard said quietly. "A piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved in that diary. It is the reason he cannot truly die, Harry. So long as his Horcruxes exist, he will always be able to return. There are more." "I believe so. How many, I do not know. Finding and destroying them may be the work of years." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "But you have proven today that it can be done. That he is not invincible." Harry closed his eyes. He was so tired in a way that sleep couldn't fully heal, but beneath the exhaustion was satisfaction. He'd faced a monster, a memory of the most dangerous wizard in history, and he'd won. One down, he thought. More to go. "Rest, Harry," Dumbledore said, rising. "You have earned it. And next year?" "Next year will be worse," Harry finished. "Probably." The headmaster's smile was sad. "But you will be ready for it. You always seem to be." He left, and Harry let himself drift into sleep, surrounded by shadows that were only shadows, and dreams that were only dreams. For now. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Hollow Beneath. Third year began with a prison break. Harry read the prophet at the Gringotts breakfast table, feeling cold despite the fire in his chest. Sirius Black, mass murderer, Death Eater, betrayer of his parents, had escaped from Azkaban. The first person ever to do so. He was their secret keeper, Ragnarok said, watching Harry's face. "He betrayed your parents' location to Voldemort. Then killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles when Pettigrew tried to confront him." "I know." Harry set down the paper. "The question is why he escaped now. The Ministry believes he's coming for you. To finish what his master started." "And what do you believe?" Ragnarok's smile was thin. "I believe that a man who spent 12 years in Azkaban without going mad is not someone who acts without purpose. Sirius Black wants something. Whether that something is your death remains to be seen." The train ride to Hogwarts was tense. Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, searched every compartment, their presence filling the air with cold despair. Harry felt them coming before they arrived, their hunger resonating with something dark inside him. When the Dementor entered his compartment, the world went grey. He heard screaming. A woman's voice, desperate and afraid, begging for mercy. Green light filled his vision. And then, fire. Harry's elemental nature erupted instinctively, blazing heat pushing back against the Dementor's cold. The creature recoiled, its rattling breath turning to steam, and fled the compartment as if burned. "Harry?" Neville was pale, shaking. "What was that?" "I don't know." Harry's hands were still smoking. "But I don't think Dementors and I get along." The new defense professor was not what anyone expected. Remus Lupin was shabby, scarred, and looked like he hadn't slept properly in years. He was also, as Harry's elemental senses immediately detected, not entirely human. There was something else in him, something wild, something that waxed and waned with the moon's cycle. "Werewolf," Harry murmured to Daphne during their first class. Her eyes widened slightly but her expression didn't change. "You're sure?" "Positive. His magic has 2 signatures, human and beast, intertwined." Harry watched Lupin demonstrate a boggart banishing charm with genuine skill. "He's good, though. Better than any defense teacher we've had. Better than Quirrell and Lockhart isn't a high bar." Better than anyone I've met except Grimjaw. He knows his stuff. The class proceeded smoothly until it was Harry's turn to face the boggart. The shape-shifting creature emerged from its wardrobe prison, and Harry felt its magic reaching for his deepest fears. It couldn't find one. The boggart flickered, cycling through forms too fast to see: Voldemort, Dementors, the Dursleys, chains and cages and dark water, but none of them stuck. Harry's elemental nature rejected the fear as fast as the boggart could generate it, fire burning away terror before it could take root. Fascinating, Lupin breathed. The boggart gave up. It collapsed into a shapeless mass, quivering with confusion, unable to fulfill its basic purpose. I've never seen that before. Lupin's voice was carefully neutral, but his eyes were sharp with interest. The boggart couldn't find a form that frightened you. I've faced worse than shape-shifting furniture. Indeed you have. Lupin banished the boggart with a casual wave. See me after class, Mr. Potter. We should discuss your unique situation. The discussion happened in Lupin's office, over tea that tasted slightly of chocolate. I knew your parents, Lupin said without preamble. James was one of my closest friends. He, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew, we were inseparable during our school years. And then Black betrayed them. So it would seem. Something flickered in Lupin's expression, doubt, perhaps, or pain too old to fully heal. Though I confess, I never understood it. Sirius loved James like a brother. He would have died for him. People change. Do they? In my experience, people reveal what was always there. Lupin sipped his tea. But that's not why I asked you here. The Dementors are going to be a problem for you, Harry. Your elemental nature protects you to a degree, but they'll keep trying. They're drawn to powerful emotions, and you. I'm a walking bonfire of powerful emotions. Lupin's laugh was surprised and genuine. Something like that. I'd like to teach you the Patronus charm. It's the most effective defense against Dementors. But I should warn you, it's extremely advanced magic. Most adult wizards can't cast it. I'm not most wizards. No. Lupin's eyes held an odd mixture of admiration and concern. You're not. The Patronus lessons began the following week. The spell was harder than Harry expected. It required focusing on a happy memory, the happiest memory you had, and channeling that joy into a protective force. But Harry's happiest memories were strange, complicated things. The first time his fire answered his call. The moment he walked out of Privet Drive forever. Daphne's smile when a plan came together. None of them were simple happiness. They were all tinged with other things: relief, triumph, satisfaction. The kind of emotions that came from surviving rather than living. Try again, Lupin urged after Harry's 15th failed attempt. Find something pure. Something without shadows. Harry closed his eyes. Searched his memories. Found Neville's face when his magic finally responded properly. Hermione's excitement over a new discovery. The quiet moment in Gringotts when Ragnarok had first called him client instead of child. Belonging. That's what they had in common. Moments when he'd realized he wasn't alone anymore. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand, not a mist, not a shield, but a fully formed animal that leaped into the air and circled the room. It was a phoenix, wings trailing sparks, eyes blazing with the same fire that lived in Harry's core. Extraordinary, Lupin whispered. A corporeal Patronus on your first successful cast. And a phoenix, symbol of rebirth and renewal. Very appropriate. Harry watched his Patronus soar, feeling something warm and unfamiliar in his chest. Hope, maybe. Or the closest thing to it he'd ever experienced. Now, Lupin said, his voice shifting to something more serious, we need to talk about Sirius Black. The truth about Sirius Black came out in pieces. Lupin's memories first. The Marauders, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter, 4 friends who'd been closer than brothers. Sirius, the rebel, who'd run away from his dark wizard family to live with James. Peter, the tag-along, always nervous, always wanting to prove himself. Sirius was supposed to be the secret keeper, Lupin explained. But at the last minute, James changed it to Peter. He thought it would be safer, no one would expect Peter to hold such important information. But Peter was the traitor. I don't know. Lupin's voice was anguished. I want to believe Sirius is guilty because the alternative is too horrible. But nothing about that night makes sense. Why would Sirius betray James? What could Voldemort possibly offer him that would be worth more than his best friend's life? Harry thought about this. About 12 years in Azkaban for a crime that didn't fit the criminal. About a man who'd escaped not to kill, but apparently to reach Hogwarts. I need to talk to him, Harry said. That's extremely dangerous, more dangerous than a basilisk. Then Voldemort's memory. Harry met Lupin's eyes. I need to know the truth. About my parents, about Black, about all of it. And the only way to know is to ask. Lupin was silent for a long moment. If you're determined to do this, at least let me help. I can track Sirius, we share a connection, from our time as friends. If he's near the castle, I'll know. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Lupin's expression was haunted. Whatever we find, it won't be pleasant. Sirius Black found Harry first. It happened on a Hogsmeade weekend, when Harry had slipped away from his friends to explore the village alone. He'd felt the presence following him for an hour, not threatening, exactly, but intense. Focused. The black dog appeared from an alleyway, its eyes too intelligent for an animal. You're an animagus, Harry said quietly. Like McGonagall. The dog transformed. Sirius Black stood before him, gaunt, ragged, his face a skull wrapped in skin, but his eyes were clear and desperate. Harry. His voice cracked on the name. God, you look just like James. Except the eyes, Lily's eyes, give me one reason not to burn you where you stand. Fire flickered around Harry's hands. Black didn't flinch. Because I didn't betray your parents. Peter did. Peter was the secret keeper, Peter was the spy, Peter is still alive and hiding while I rotted in Azkaban for his crimes. Prove it. I can't. Don't you think I've tried? Peter faked his death, cut off his own finger and disappeared, and everyone believed I killed him. Black's voice was raw with decades of frustration. But I swear to you, Harry, on everything I loved about your father, I am innocent. Harry studied the man before him. His elemental senses reached out, tasting Black's magic, his emotions, his truth. What he found was complicated. Pain, certainly. Grief that had never healed. Rage at injustice. But no deception. No hidden malice. Whatever else Sirius Black was, he believed what he was saying. Even if you're innocent of betraying my parents, Harry said slowly, you still killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. I tried to kill Peter. I failed. Black's laugh was bitter. He was always better at running away than fighting. He transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and disappeared into the sewers. The explosion was his doing, not mine. His final revenge before he vanished. A rat. Harry felt something click into place. Pettigrew was a rat animagus. We all were animagi. Illegal, of course, we did it to keep Remus company during his transformations. Black's eyes narrowed. Why? Do you know something? Harry thought about the Weasley family. About Ron, who he didn't know well but had seen around the castle. About Ron's pet rat, who'd been in the family for 12 years, impossibly old for a normal rat. I might, he said. But we need to do this properly. Not vigilante justice, actual proof that can clear your name. You believe me? I believe you're telling the truth as you know it. That's not the same thing. Harry let the fire fade from his hands. But I'm willing to find out. For the first time, something like hope crossed Sirius Black's ravaged face. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. Harry, Lupin, and Black worked together, planning in stolen moments, coordinating through messages carried by Harry's Patronus. They needed to catch Peter Pettigrew in human form, force him to reveal himself, and have enough witnesses that the truth couldn't be buried. The Shrieking Shack, Lupin suggested. There's a tunnel from the Whomping Willow. We can lure Pettigrew there, confront him away from witnesses who might interfere. And then bring in witnesses after he's trapped, Harry added. Dumbledore, maybe. Someone the Ministry can't ignore. Assuming we can get him to transform. Black's voice was dark. Peter was always a coward, but he's not stupid. He won't reveal himself easily. Leave that to me. Harry's smile was thin. I've learned a few things about persuasion. The night of the full moon was chosen deliberately. Lupin would transform, forcing any confrontation to end quickly, but the lunar magic would also interfere with Pettigrew's animagus form, making it harder for him to maintain his rat disguise. Everything was planned. Every contingency accounted for. It still went wrong. Ron Weasley wasn't supposed to be there. He'd been playing with Scabbers near the Whomping Willow when Black, in dog form, had lunged for the rat. Ron, not understanding, had grabbed his pet and tried to run, and the tree had caught him, dragging him into the tunnel toward the Shrieking Shack. Harry arrived to find chaos. Black and Lupin were shouting at each other. Ron was huddled in a corner, clutching a struggling Scabbers, his leg broken from the tree's assault. And through the window, the full moon was rising. We're out of time, Harry snapped. Lupin, take the wolfsbane. Yes, but it won't, Lupin gasped as the moonlight touched his skin. Harry, get everyone out, I can't, force the transformation. Harry's voice was cold, commanding. Pettigrew. Now. He reached for the rat in Ron's arms, ignoring the boy's protests, and pushed with his elemental will. Fire couldn't force an animagus to change, but panic could. And Harry had become very good at making things panic. Scabbers screamed. The rat exploded outward, limbs elongating, features warping, until a pudgy, balding man cowered on the floor where a pet had been. Peter, Black breathed. I knew it. Sirius, Remus, it wasn't me, I didn't. Pettigrew's voice was a whine, his eyes darting for escape routes. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, what was I supposed to do? You were supposed to die for your friends. Black roared. Like James did. Like Lily did. Harry, please, Pettigrew turned to Harry, wringing his hands. Your father would have understood. He was always so merciful, you don't get to talk about my father. Harry's fire erupted, not to kill but to contain, a ring of flame surrounding Pettigrew, cutting off every escape. Behind him, Lupin's transformation was accelerating, bones cracking and reshaping, but Harry kept his focus on the traitor. Confess, Harry said quietly. Tell me exactly what you did, and I'll let you live long enough for a trial. I was afraid. The Dark Lord was winning, everyone knew it, and he offered me, he said if I gave him the Potters, he'd spare me, you sold my parents for your own pathetic life. I had no choice. Everyone has a choice. Harry let the flames burn hotter. You chose wrong. The wall exploded inward. Harry spun, fire already rising to meet the new threat, but it wasn't an attack, it was an escape. Pettigrew had thrown himself through the weakest point of the magical barrier, his rat form wriggling through burning debris, fleeing into the night. No. Black lunged after him, but Lupin's transformation completed at that moment, and the werewolf slammed into him, snarling with lunar madness. Harry had a split second to decide. Save Black. Chase Pettigrew. Help Ron, who was screaming in terror. He chose all three. The Patronus was his trump card. Harry's phoenix erupted from his wand, blazing silver, and flew directly at Lupin. The werewolf recoiled. Patron uses were anathema to dark creatures, and the wolf in Lupin recognized the threat. It fled through the hole in the wall, disappearing into the forbidden forest. Black, get Ron to the hospital wing. His leg needs attention. But Peter, I'll handle Peter. Harry was already moving, following the faint magical trail the rat had left behind. Go. Now. He didn't wait to see if Black obeyed. The fire in his blood was singing, eager for pursuit, and he let it carry him forward, not running but flowing, half human and half element, covering ground at impossible speed. Pettigrew was fast in rat form, but he couldn't hide his magical signature. Harry tracked him across the grounds, past the lake, toward the forest's edge, where 100 Dementors waited. They'd been drawn by the chaos, by the terror and despair radiating from the shrieking shack. Now they turned toward Harry, sensing a feast far richer than any rat. Expecto Patronum. The phoenix blazed again, but there were too many Dementors, and Harry was already exhausted from the night's exertions. The Patronus flickered, dimmed, and the cold began to seep through. No. Not like this. Not when I'm so close. Harry reached deeper than he ever had before, past the happy memories, past the hope, down to the elemental core of his being. Fire and wind and stone and water, all of them answering his call, all of them rising to defend their vessel. He became something more than human. Light exploded from Harry in every direction, not silver like a Patronus but golden, blazing, the color of raw elemental power. The Dementors screamed, a sound of pure agony, and fled before the onslaught like shadows before the sun. Harry stood alone on the battlefield, burning with power he barely understood, and watched Peter Pettigrew's rat form disappear into the forest. He'd won the battle. But the war was just beginning. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore arrived to find Harry collapsed on the grass, Black carrying an unconscious Ron toward the castle, and 100 Dementors scattered across the countryside, refusing to return to their posts. The ministry was summoned. Statements were taken. And slowly, painfully, the truth emerged. Peter Pettigrew is alive, Dumbledore announced to the gathered officials. Mr. Potter and Mr. Black both witnessed his transformation from animagus form. Mr. Weasley can confirm that his rat, which has been in his family for 12 years, was in fact a wizard in disguise. Preposterous, Cornelius Fudge sputtered. Black is a convicted murderer, Black was never tried. Dumbledore's voice was ice. He was sent to Azkaban without a hearing, without representation, without any of the legal protections guaranteed by our own laws. If Pettigrew is alive, then Black's conviction is invalid. The political battle that followed was vicious, but ultimately successful. Sirius Black was granted a provisional pardon pending a full investigation. The Dementors were removed from Hogwarts. And Peter Pettigrew became the most wanted man in Wizarding Britain. He'll go back to Voldemort, Harry said to Dumbledore, the night after Black's release. Pettigrew. He'll find whatever's left of his master and try to bring him back. Almost certainly. Dumbledore's expression was grave. But we have also gained something. Sirius is free, and he was your father's closest friend. He can tell you things about your parents that no one else knows. He can also help me fight. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been approval. He can do that too. Sirius moved into a hidden apartment in London, accessible only to those he trusted. Harry visited during the summer, learning stories about his parents, training with a wizard who'd been an Auror before his imprisonment. Sirius was damaged, 12 years of Dementors had left scars that might never fully heal, but he was also fierce, loyal, and utterly devoted to protecting his godson. Your father would be proud of you, Sirius said one evening, watching Harry practice elemental combat forms. He was always brave, always willing to fight for what was right. But you're something more than he was. Something larger. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Sirius's smile was sad. James was a good man, but he was still just a man. You're becoming something else. Something this world hasn't seen in a very long time. Does that worry you? A little. But mostly it gives me hope. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Whatever's coming, Harry, and something is coming, I can feel it, you're going to be ready for it. Fourth year announced itself with fire in the sky. The Quidditch World Cup was meant to be a celebration, the biggest magical sporting event in decades, drawing wizards from around the world. Harry attended with Sirius, Hermione, and the Weasleys, enjoying a rare moment of normalcy. It lasted until the Death Eaters attacked. They appeared after the match, masked and robed, terrorizing Muggle campsite workers and setting fires that spread faster than natural flame. Harry felt them coming before he saw them, dark magic pulsing against his elemental senses like a diseased heartbeat. Get everyone out, he told Sirius. I'll handle this. Harry, you can't, but Harry was already gone, flowing toward the chaos as wind and flame, reforming in the midst of the attackers with fire blazing from both hands. Death Eaters, he said calmly. I was hoping we'd meet. They were fast, well-trained, dangerous. But they weren't prepared for someone who could become the air they breathed, the fire they cast, the earth beneath their feet. Harry moved through them like a storm, disrupting spells with elemental interference, disarming and disabling without killing. When Ministry Aurors finally arrived, they found 12 unconscious Death Eaters bound in chains of stone, and Harry Potter standing over them with eyes that still glowed with residual power. The boy who lived, one Auror breathed. The boy who fights, Harry corrected. Learn the difference. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the welcoming feast, and Harry immediately knew something was wrong. Not with the tournament itself, though the idea of 3 schools competing in deadly challenges seemed like a recipe for disaster, but with the magical undercurrents surrounding the announcement. Someone had been tampering with the Goblet of Fire. Someone wanted Harry involved, whether he liked it or not. Don't put your name in, Daphne warned him. Whatever this is, it's a trap. I know. I won't. But when the goblet spat out 4 names instead of 3, Harry's was among them. That's impossible, McGonagall protested as the Great Hall erupted in chaos. The age line was absolute, no one underage could have submitted, someone did it for him, Moody growled. The new defense professor, another former Auror, scarred and paranoid, studied Harry with his magical eye. The question is who, and why? Harry already knew the answer to the first question. His elemental senses had detected the tampering the moment his name emerged, a familiar magical signature, cold and calculating, that he'd encountered before. The equilibrium. They wanted him in the tournament. Wanted him facing deadly challenges in front of the entire wizarding world. And they'd arranged it despite all his precautions. I'll compete, Harry said quietly. But I'll do it my way. The first task was dragons. Harry faced a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed, its fire hot enough to melt stone. The crowd expected him to use trickery, to flee, to barely survive like the other champions. Instead, he walked toward the dragon and became fire himself. The horntail's flame washed over him, and through him, as Harry dissolved into elemental heat. He reformed on the dragon's back, one hand pressed against its scales, and spoke to it in the language of fire. Sister, he said, in words that weren't words. I mean you no harm. I need only the false egg, and then you may return to your true ones. The dragon studied him with ancient eyes. Then, slowly, it stepped aside. Harry walked to the golden egg, picked it up, and walked out of the arena without a scratch. The crowd was silent for a long moment. Then the cheering began. You just made a dragon stand down by asking nicely, Hermione said later, her voice a mixture of awe and exasperation. That's not possible. Dragons are fire creatures. We're related, in a way. Harry examined the golden egg, feeling the magic bound into its shell. Though, asking nicely is an oversimplification. It was more like, recognizing each other. Still impossible. I've stopped believing in impossible. Harry opened the egg, and a terrible screeching filled the room. He closed it quickly. That's a clue, presumably. It sounded like dying cats. It sounded like mere people. Daphne had appeared in the doorway, her expression thoughtful. I've heard recordings. That's Mermish, it only sounds coherent underwater. Harry looked at the egg with new interest. The second task is underwater, then. In the lake. Where the Hollow King waited. I'll need to prepare, Harry said quietly. This might be more complicated than dragons. The preparation took months. Harry trained with his water affinity until he could breathe beneath the surface, speak to aquatic creatures, move through liquid as easily as air. He explored the lake's shallows, mapping its geography, getting used to its alien environment. But he didn't go deep. Didn't approach the abyss where the Hollow King slept. Not yet. The night before the second task, he dreamed of dark water and darker whispers. You come closer, little elemental. Each day, each exercise of power, you wake me a little more. What are you? Harry asked in the dream. I am ending. I am the final breath, the last heartbeat, the moment when all things cease. Your ancestors imprisoned me because they feared what I represent. Death? Something older. Something more fundamental. The Hollow King's presence pressed against Harry's consciousness. Death is a transition. I am termination. The absolute finish of existence itself. Why are you telling me this? Because you are the first in 1,000 years with the power to free me. Or to bind me forever. The presence laughed, a sound like ice cracking. I want you to understand the choice you will eventually face. Harry woke with frost covering his sheets and fear clutching his heart. The second task required him to rescue someone from the Mere People. Harry dove into the lake at the starting signal, transforming into water as he descended, following the trail of magic that led to the hostages. The Mere People watched him pass with wary respect. They'd heard of the fire wizard who'd befriended a dragon, and they wanted no conflict with him. He found the hostages tied to a sunken statue, Hermione, Cho Chang, a young French girl, and Ron's little sister Ginny. Without hesitation, he freed them all, ignoring the rules that said he should only take one. You have broken the challenge, the Merperson chief said, emerging from the depths. The challenge was stupid. I won't leave innocent people in danger just to follow arbitrary rules. The chief studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You are different, surface wizard. Different from the others who have come before. So I keep hearing. He carried the hostages to the surface, emerging first despite taking the time to rescue everyone. The judges didn't know how to score his performance, eventually settling on full marks for moral fiber, while docking him points for rule violations. Harry didn't care about points. He cared about the fact that the Hollow King hadn't stirred during his dive, hadn't tried to contact him, hadn't done anything except watch from its ancient prison. It was waiting for something. And Harry was increasingly afraid he knew what. The third task was a maze. Hedges twisted toward the sky, hiding creatures and challenges, leading toward a central cup that promised victory. Harry entered at the signal, his elemental senses extended, feeling the magic that permeated every inch of the labyrinth. Something was wrong. The maze was trapped, not by the tournament organizers, but by someone else. Harry could feel the additional enchantments layered beneath the official ones, guiding competitors toward specific routes, herding them like cattle toward slaughter. They're going to kill someone tonight, he muttered, and began burning through hedges rather than navigating them. He reached the center first, finding Cedric Diggory already there, hand outstretched toward the Triwizard Cup. Don't touch it. Harry shouted. Too late. Cedric's fingers closed on the handle, and the cup activated, not as a victory trophy, but as a port key, dragging both boys through space toward a destination Harry recognized immediately. A graveyard. A massive cauldron. And a figure waiting in the shadows. "Welcome, Harry Potter," said Peter Pettigrew. "The Dark Lord has been expecting you." The ritual was already prepared. Pettigrew worked quickly, binding Harry to a headstone, cutting his arm for blood, dropping ingredients into the cauldron with practiced efficiency. Cedric lay stunned nearby, forgotten in the urgency of resurrection. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. A femur floated from a nearby grave and dissolved into the potion. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Pettigrew cut off his own hand without hesitation, his face twisted with pain and devotion. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The knife approached Harry's arm, but Harry was already moving. He'd been burning through the ropes since the moment they touched him, and now he exploded free in a burst of flame that sent Pettigrew sprawling. "No more blood," Harry said, fire dancing around his hands. "No more rituals. This ends now." But the cauldron was already bubbling, the ingredients already mixing, and something was rising from the potion's depths, a pale, skeletal figure with red eyes and a face that was barely human. "Harry Potter," Voldemort breathed, stepping from the cauldron naked and newborn. "We meet at last in the flesh. You're too late." Harry's fire blazed brighter. The ritual was incomplete. "You're still weak." "Weak?" Voldemort laughed, high and cold. "I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You are a child playing with forces beyond your comprehension. Then let's see whose forces are greater." The duel was everything Harry had trained for and more. Voldemort was fast, brilliant, wielding dark magic with casual mastery. But Harry had elemental power that the Dark Lord had never faced, abilities that existed outside the normal rules of magical combat. Fire met killing curses. Wind deflected torture hexes. Stone erupted from the ground to block blasting spells. The graveyard became a battlefield as two wizards who shouldn't exist fought for supremacy. "Impressive," Voldemort admitted, circling Harry with predatory grace. "You are stronger than I expected. But strength is not enough against experience. Neither is experience against determination." Harry struck with everything he had, a combined assault of all four elements, converging on Voldemort from every direction. The Dark Lord deflected most of it, but some got through, searing his new flesh, cracking his new bones. Voldemort screamed. For one glorious moment, Harry thought he'd won. Then the Dark Lord rallied, his magic stabilizing, his red eyes blazing with fury. "Enough games. Avada Kedavra." The killing curse flew true, and bounced off Harry's chest as if striking a wall. "What?" Voldemort's voice cracked. "How, my mother's protection?" Harry smiled grimly. "It's in my blood. You used that blood to resurrect yourself. Which means... No. You can't kill me. You literally cannot kill me, because part of what protects me is now part of you." Harry advanced, fire blazing around him like a second skin. "You made a mistake, Tom. A fatal one." Voldemort fled. He grabbed Pettigrew, called his wand, and disapparated with a crack that echoed across the graveyard. Harry let him go, he wasn't strong enough to pursue, and Cedric still needed help. But the war had truly begun. The aftermath of the third task reshaped the wizarding world. Voldemort's return was confirmed, despite the Ministry's desperate denials. The Death Eaters began organizing openly. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the elemental wizard, the only person who'd faced Voldemort and survived, became the symbol of resistance. "They're going to expect you to lead them," Sirius said, during one of their training sessions. "The Order, the Resistance, everyone who wants to fight back. They're going to look to you. I'm 14. You're also the most powerful wizard of your generation, and possibly any generation." Sirius's expression was serious. Age doesn't matter when you're carrying that kind of weight. Harry thought about the people who depended on him. Daphne and Blaise, building political networks in preparation for the coming conflict. Neville and Hermione, training constantly, becoming formidable in their own right. The goblins, quietly mobilizing their own forces. "I'll lead them," he said finally. "But on my terms. Not as a symbol, as an actual strategist. If they want my power, they'll have to accept my judgment." "Fair enough." Sirius grinned. "Just remember, leading means making hard choices. And the hardest choice is always who to sacrifice." Deep beneath Hogwarts, in the prison that had held for 1,000 years, the Hollow King stirred. The seals were cracking faster now. Each battle Harry fought, each transformation he underwent, each exercise of elemental power, they all weakened the ancient bindings. Soon, the Hollow King thought. Soon the boy will face his final choice. Free me, and I will end your enemies. All of them. Voldemort, the Equilibrium, everyone who threatens what you love. Bind me, and struggle forever. Fight battle after battle, war after war, knowing that each victory only delays the inevitable. Or. The Hollow King smiled with a face made of ending. Become me. Join your power to mine. We could be something new, little elemental. Something the universe has never seen. A god of endings. An elemental of oblivion. Think about it. In his bed at Grimmauld Place, Harry Potter dreamed of dark water and darker choices. And somewhere beneath the lake, the Hollow King waited. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Waking Storm. 5th year began with war. Not the open conflict that would come later, not yet, but the quiet, vicious kind that happened in shadows. Death Eaters struck at isolated targets. Ministry officials disappeared. The Prophet printed increasingly hysterical denials while bodies piled up in morgues across Britain. Harry watched it all from Grimmauld Place, headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, feeling the weight of expectation settle on his shoulders like a physical thing. "They're losing," he said to Sirius one evening, studying the map of attacks that covered the dining room wall. "The Ministry, I mean. They're so focused on denying Voldemort's return that they're not actually fighting him. Fudge is a coward. He'd rather pretend the problem doesn't exist than admit he was wrong." Sirius's voice was bitter. "It's going to get people killed. It already has." Harry traced the pattern of attacks, seeing the strategy beneath the chaos. He's not striking randomly. He's isolating key targets, eliminating potential resistance before the real offensive begins. "You sound like a general." "Someone has to be." Harry turned from the map. "The Order is too reactive. We wait for attacks and respond after the damage is done. We need to start anticipating, disrupting, taking the fight to them. That's not how Dumbledore operates." "Then maybe Dumbledore needs to change." The conversation with Dumbledore happened the following night. The headmaster listened patiently as Harry outlined his analysis, the pattern of attacks, the strategic implications, the need for a more aggressive approach. His expression remained unreadable throughout. "You are not wrong," Dumbledore said finally. "Voldemort is indeed preparing for something larger. The attacks are designed to weaken our infrastructure, eliminate key personnel, create fear and division. Then why aren't we stopping him? Because stopping him requires resources we do not have. The Ministry refuses to acknowledge the threat. The international community is hesitant to involve itself in British affairs. And the Order, while dedicated, is simply not large enough to counter Voldemort's forces directly. So we do nothing. We do what we can. We protect who we can protect. We gather intelligence, build alliances, prepare for the moment when the tide can be turned." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "And we wait for you to be ready." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. "Ready for what?" "The prophecy, Harry. The one that Voldemort tried to fulfill the night he killed your parents." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old sorrow. "It speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not, wielded by the one with the power to vanquish him. That power is you. My elemental abilities. More than that. Your mother's sacrifice. Your connection to forces older than wizardry itself. The unique combination of circumstances that made you what you are. Dumbledore leaned forward. Voldemort fears you, Harry. He has always feared you, even when you were an infant. And fear makes him dangerous, but it also makes him vulnerable. You want me to be bait. I want you to be a weapon. The weapon that ends this war, once and for all. Harry stood, moving to the window, looking out at the dark London streets. He could feel the city around him, millions of people living their lives, unaware of the war being fought in their shadows. Muggles who would die in their thousands if Voldemort won. Wizards who would die in their hundreds even if he didn't. I'll do it, he said quietly. But on my terms. Not as bait, not as a symbol, as an active participant in every decision that affects this war. I would expect nothing less. Hogwarts felt different this year. The castle was the same, ancient stone, moving staircases, ghosts drifting through walls, but the atmosphere had changed. Students moved in groups, afraid to be caught alone. Conversations stopped when certain people approached. Fear had seeped into the foundations, invisible but pervasive. And then there was Umbridge. Dolores Umbridge had been installed as defense against the dark arts professor by ministry decree, part of Fudge's campaign to control the narrative around Voldemort's return. She was short, toad-like, and dressed in pink that somehow made her more threatening rather than less. She was also, Harry's elemental senses immediately confirmed, deeply wrong. Not dark, exactly, her magic didn't carry the taint of obvious evil, but twisted. Warped by years of petty cruelties and bureaucratic sadism into something that enjoyed causing pain while maintaining plausible deniability. She's dangerous, Harry told Daphne after their first class. Not powerful, but dangerous. The kind of person who destroys lives through paperwork and regulations. Ministry drone. Worse. True believer. Harry's voice was grim. She genuinely thinks she's helping by suppressing the truth. That makes her unpredictable. The confrontation came quickly. Umbridge's defense classes were useless, pure theory, no practical work, designed to keep students helpless against the threats they'd soon face. Harry endured exactly one lesson before his patience snapped. You're not going to teach us anything useful, are you? The class went silent. Umbridge's smile widened into something predatory. I beg your pardon, Mr. Potter. Defense against the dark arts. That's what this class is supposed to be. But you're not teaching defense, and you're certainly not preparing us for dark arts. Harry met her gaze steadily. You're teaching us to be victims. Detention, Mr. Potter. Every night this week. Her voice was sweet poison. We'll see if we can correct that attitude. I look forward to it. The detentions were designed to break him. Umbridge's office was a horror of pink lace and kitten plates, and the instrument of torture was elegant in its cruelty, a blood quill that carved whatever you wrote into your own flesh. I must not tell lies. The words cut into Harry's hand, again and again, blood welling from wounds that healed just enough to be reopened. Umbridge watched with barely concealed satisfaction, sipping tea, pretending this was educational rather than sadistic. Harry let her think she was winning. The blood quill required blood to function, and blood was an element, in its own way. Life itself, flowing and vital. Harry reached into that vitality, feeling the connection between his blood and his elemental core, and began to change what the quill was writing. The scars still formed, but they weren't words anymore. They were runes, ancient symbols of protection and power that Harry had learned from goblin texts. Each detention added to the pattern, transforming torture into armor. By the end of the week, Harry's hand was covered in silver lines that pulsed with quiet magic. You seem to be healing remarkably well, Umbridge observed, disappointment evident in her voice. I've always been resilient. We'll see about that. Her smile was a threat. I'm sure the ministry will want to examine you more closely. There are concerns about your stability. I'm sure there are. Harry left her office with new scars and new determination. Umbrage was a symptom, not the disease. But symptoms could still kill if left untreated. The resistance organized quietly. They called it Dumbledore's army, though Dumbledore himself had nothing to do with it. Harry taught defense in secret, using the Room of Requirement as a training ground, passing on everything he'd learned from Grimjaw, from Lupin, from years of fighting for his life. The key is reaction speed, he told the assembled students, Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs and Slytherins, united against a common threat. Most duels are decided in the first 3 seconds. If you can survive that initial exchange, you have a chance. He demonstrated, flowing through combat forms that looked more like dance than battle. His wand moved in precise arcs, casting shields and counters with barely a thought. But speed isn't enough. You need awareness, constant attention to your surroundings, your enemies, your escape routes. He gestured to Neville. Attack me. Neville's stunner was fast, well-aimed, powered by months of training. Harry sidestepped it without seeming to move, letting the spell pass through the space he'd occupied a moment before. I knew it was coming because I was watching his shoulders. Most people telegraph their attacks through body language. Harry returned to his teaching position. Learn to read your opponents. Learn to hide your own tells. And above all, learn to think while you're fighting. The sessions continued throughout the fall, transforming frightened students into competent fighters. Not warriors, they were too young for that, but survivors. People who could defend themselves when the war finally came. And it was coming. Everyone could feel it. The vision started in December. Harry had always had nightmares, the Dursleys, Voldemort, the endless parade of horrors his life had provided, but these were different. These felt real, like windows into another mind. He saw through Voldemort's eyes. Dark corridors. Secret meetings. A vast snake coiling through shadows. And always, always, the hunger for something, an object, a weapon, something hidden in the Department of Mysteries that Voldemort desperately wanted. The prophecy, Dumbledore explained when Harry reported the visions. Voldemort wants to hear the full text. He believes it will tell him how to defeat you. Will it? Prophecies are tricky things. They often mean something other than what they seem to say. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. But Voldemort doesn't know that. He believes that knowledge is power, and the prophecy represents knowledge he lacks. So he'll come for it eventually. Eventually, yes. And that is when we will be waiting. The trap was elegant. Dumbledore arranged for Harry to receive false intelligence about the prophecy's location, information that would inevitably reach Voldemort through his spies. The Dark Lord would come himself, unable to trust anyone else with something so important. And Harry would be waiting. This is insane, Hermione said when Harry explained the plan. You're using yourself as bait. I'm using myself as a weapon. Harry's voice was calm. Voldemort can't kill me, we proved that at the graveyard. But he doesn't know why. He thinks it was luck, or some temporary protection. If I can get him to overcommit, to expose himself. You could end the war. I could end Voldemort. Harry's expression darkened. The war won't end until we deal with his followers, his Horcruxes, everything he's built. But killing him would be a start. The night of the attack, Harry waited in the Department of Mysteries with the prophecy in his hand. He felt them coming, Voldemort's signature blazing through the Ministry's wards like a dark sun, Death Eaters flowing in his wake. They were taking no chances, bringing overwhelming force to secure their prize. Good. He wanted them committed. Harry Potter. Voldemort materialized from the shadows, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. You continue to surprise me. I expected to find you cowering, not waiting. I stopped cowering a long time ago. Harry raised the prophecy orb, letting it catch the light. Is this what you wanted? Give it to me. No. Voldemort's wand rose, killing curse already forming, but Harry was faster. He hurled the prophecy at the Dark Lord's feet, shattering it against the stone floor, and in the moment of Voldemort's surprise, he became not fire. Not wind. Not any single element. All of them. The transformation was agony and ecstasy intertwined. Harry had merged with individual elements before, but never all four simultaneously. The experience was overwhelming, being solid and liquid and gas and energy at once, existing in states that should have been mutually exclusive. But it worked. He flowed around Voldemort's killing curse, the spell passing through space he'd occupied a moment before. He struck back with elemental force, fire and lightning and crushing stone, attacks that came from every direction at once. Voldemort was strong, impossibly strong, backed by decades of dark magic and stolen power, but he couldn't fight the environment itself. Harry was the room, was the air the Dark Lord breathed, was the floor beneath his feet. "What are you?" Voldemort shrieked, his composed demeanor cracking. "I am elemental." Harry's voice came from everywhere. "I am fire and water and earth and air. I am the power you fear, the power you can never possess." He struck. Stone erupted from the floor, trapping Voldemort's legs. Water materialized from nothing, filling the Dark Lord's lungs. Fire blazed across his skin, burning and healing and burning again. Wind tore at his robes, his wand, his very grip on reality. But Voldemort was not so easily defeated. Enough. The Dark Lord's magic exploded outward in a wave of pure destruction, shattering Harry's elemental form, forcing him back into flesh. Harry stumbled, gasping, his power reserves dangerously depleted. "You are strong," Voldemort admitted, rising from the rubble. "Stronger than I imagined. But you are still young, still learning." His smile was death itself. "I have had 50 years to master my power." "How long have you had?" "Long enough." Harry reached for his final reserve, the deep well of elemental energy that he'd been saving, building, preparing for this exact moment. It wasn't enough to maintain his full form, but it was enough for one more attack. He threw everything he had at Voldemort. Not fire or water or stone, but pure elemental essence, the fundamental force of nature itself, unrefined and devastating. The blast caught Voldemort square in the chest. The Dark Lord flew backward, crashing through walls, his body smoking and broken. For a moment, a glorious, terrible moment, Harry thought it was over. Then Voldemort rose. His flesh was ruined, charred and shattered, but dark magic was already stitching him back together. The Horcruxes, Harry realized. They anchored him to life, prevented true death, made him effectively immortal. "You see." Voldemort's voice was ragged but triumphant. "You cannot kill me, Harry Potter. No matter how powerful you become, I will always survive. I will always return. Then I'll just have to keep fighting you. A war of attrition you cannot win." Voldemort raised his wand for the killing blow. "Goodbye, Harry," the ceiling exploded. Dumbledore descended through the rubble, his power blazing like a star, his face set with terrible purpose. Behind him came the Order, Sirius and Lupin, Moody and Kingsley, a dozen more warriors ready for battle. "Tom." Dumbledore's voice was ice. "You should not have come here." The duel that followed was legendary. Dumbledore and Voldemort fought on a level that Harry could barely comprehend. Spells flew faster than thought, shields materialized and shattered in the same instant, the very fabric of magic screamed under the strain of their conflict. The Department of Mysteries had been designed to contain dangerous magical research, it barely survived being the arena for two of the most powerful wizards in history. Harry watched, recovering his strength, waiting for an opening. It came when Dumbledore overextended on an attack, leaving himself briefly vulnerable. Voldemort's killing curse was already flying when Harry moved. He didn't think. Didn't plan. Just became, throwing himself into the curse's path, letting it strike him full in the chest. Harry! Sirius's scream echoed through the chamber. The killing curse hit Harry, and stopped. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Simply stopped, hanging in the air before him like a frozen moment, its green light pulsing with frustrated power. What? Voldemort's voice was barely a whisper. Harry reached out and touched the curse. It shattered. My mother's protection, Harry said, understanding flooding through him. It's not just in my blood anymore. It's in my soul. Part of what makes me an elemental. He stepped forward, and Voldemort stepped back. You can't kill me, Tom. You literally cannot kill me. And now I know why. Voldemort's face twisted with fury and fear. This isn't over. No. It isn't. Harry's eyes blazed with elemental power. But it will be. I'm going to find every one of your Horcruxes. I'm going to destroy them, one by one. And when you're finally mortal again, when you have nothing left to hide behind. You'll kill me. I'll give you the same chance you gave my parents. Harry's smile was cold. None. Voldemort fled. He gathered his Death Eaters and vanished into the night, retreating from a battle he couldn't win. Harry let him go. There was no point in pursuit, not while the Horcruxes still anchored his enemy to life. But the message had been sent. The war had truly begun. And Harry Potter was ready for it. The summer was preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his elemental abilities to their absolute limits. He could maintain his combined form for nearly an hour now, could call on each individual element almost without effort. The goblins provided ancient texts on Horcrux destruction. Dumbledore shared everything he knew about Voldemort's past, his obsessions, the objects he might have chosen. The diary was one, Harry confirmed, remembering the Chamber of Secrets. I destroyed it with elemental fire. 5 more remain. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Slytherin's locket. Hufflepuff's cup. Something of Ravenclaw's, perhaps. The snake Nagini. And one other, hidden from me. Then we find them. The hunt began. Harry and his allies scattered across Britain and beyond, following trails that led through ancient family vaults and abandoned ruins, dark markets and darker secrets. They found the locket in a sea cave, protected by inferi and poison. Harry burned through the undead and drained the cup dry, retrieving Slytherin's treasure from its hiding place. They found the cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault, protected by enchantments that would have killed any normal wizard. Harry's alliance with the goblins proved invaluable. They granted him access, and he emerged with another piece of Voldemort's soul. They found the diadem at Hogwarts itself, hidden in the Room of Requirement for 50 years. Harry walked through mountains of forgotten objects, sensing its dark presence, and pulled it from its hiding place with hands that blazed with purifying fire. One by one, the Horcruxes fell. But the cost was terrible. Dumbledore died destroying the ring. The Horcrux had been trapped with dark magic that even the headmaster couldn't fully counter. He'd touched it, felt the curse enter his blood, and known immediately that his time was limited. A few months, he told Harry, showing the blackened, withered hand that the curse had claimed. Perhaps less. But I wanted you to know that this changes nothing. The mission continues. There has to be something, there isn't. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I have made my peace with death, Harry. It holds no terror for me. What matters is that you are prepared to continue without me. I don't know if I can. You can. You must. The old wizard smiled. You have become everything I hoped you would be, Harry. Strong, wise, compassionate. Whatever happens in the battles ahead, know that I am proud of you. When Dumbledore finally died, poisoned by Snape on top of the astronomy tower, in an act that shocked the wizarding world, Harry discovered it had been planned. He asked me to kill him, Snape explained, his voice raw with emotion. He was dying anyway, and he wanted to ensure that Draco Malfoy, whom Voldemort had ordered to commit the murder, would not bear that stain on his soul. And you? I have stains enough already. One more makes no difference. Snape's black eyes met Harry's. Dumbledore believed in you, Potter. He believed you could end this war. Don't prove him wrong. The final battle came in June, at Hogwarts. Voldemort had gathered his forces for one massive assault, determined to crush the resistance once and for all. Harry waited with the Order, with the DA, with every witch and wizard who was willing to fight against tyranny. Today we end this, Harry told his assembled forces. Today Voldemort learns what happens when you threaten everything we love. The Death Eaters attacked at midnight. They came in waves, masked killers pouring through the castle's breached wards, giants and werewolves and dementors flooding the grounds. The defenders fought with desperate courage, students standing alongside aurors, house elves battling dark wizards. Harry moved through the chaos like a force of nature. He was fire where Death Eaters gathered, burning through their ranks with devastating efficiency. He was wind where allies fell, carrying them to safety faster than spells could follow. He was earth where defenses crumbled, raising new walls from the living stone. He was water where fires raged, dousing flames that threatened to consume the castle. He was all four elements at once, and he was unstoppable. But so was Voldemort. They met in the Great Hall, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen. Voldemort stood alone now, his Death Eaters defeated or fled, his giants slain, his dementors scattered by 100 patronuses. Only the snake remained, coiled at his feet, the last Horcrux standing between him and true mortality. It ends here, Tom. Harry's voice echoed through the hall. Yes. It does. Voldemort raised his wand. One of us will not leave this room alive. Wrong. Harry smiled. Neville. Neville Longbottom emerged from the shadows, the sword of Gryffindor blazing in his hands. He moved with speed born of years of training, driving the blade through Nagini's skull before Voldemort could react. The snake dissolved into ash. The last Horcrux was destroyed. No. Voldemort's face contorted with horror. No. Now you're mortal. Harry began to glow with elemental power. Now you can die. The final duel was brief. Voldemort threw everything he had at Harry, killing curses and torture hexes, dark magic so powerful it scorched the air. But Harry had become something beyond a wizard, beyond even an elemental. He was connected to the fundamental forces of existence, and those forces rejected Voldemort's twisted presence. Harry's mother's love, woven into his very soul. His elemental power, tied to the building blocks of reality. His own will, forged through years of struggle and sacrifice. All of it converged in a single moment of absolute clarity. Goodbye, Tom Riddle. Harry struck. Not with fire or water or stone or air. With something deeper, the elemental essence of life itself, the force that Voldemort had spent his existence trying to escape. The Dark Lord screamed. His magic shattered. His body dissolved. His soul, freed at last from the Horcruxes that had bound it to existence, dispersed into the void. Tom Marvolo Riddle died. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the elemental wizard, the chosen one, stood alone in the ruins of the Great Hall, finally victorious. The aftermath stretched for months. Death Eaters were captured or killed. The Ministry was rebuilt, cleansed of Voldemort's sympathizers. Trials were held, justice was served, and slowly, painfully, the wizarding world began to heal. Harry watched it all from a distance, unsure of his place in the peace he'd created. You could be Minister of Magic, Daphne pointed out. Hell, you could be king. No one would stop you. I don't want to be king. What do you want? Harry thought about the question. He'd spent so long fighting, first for survival, then for victory, that he'd never really considered what came after. I want to teach, he said finally. Defense against the dark arts. Make sure the next generation is ready for whatever threats emerge. That's surprisingly modest. I've had enough of grand destinies. Harry smiled. Let someone else save the world next time. But even in peace, the Hollow King waited. Harry felt it stirring as the years passed, felt the ancient seals weakening with each exercise of his elemental power. The prison that had held for a millennium was finally beginning to fail. It will break free eventually, Harry told Hermione, now his colleague at Hogwarts. Maybe not for decades, but eventually. Can you stop it? I don't know. Harry stared out at the Black Lake, feeling the vast presence beneath its depths. It's older than wizardry. Older than humanity. It might be older than the world itself. Then what do? We prepare. We train. We make sure that when it finally wakes, we have enough power to face it. Harry turned from the window. And we hope that preparation is enough. The Hollow King's whisper reached him, as it did every night. You grow stronger, little elemental. Stronger than any who came before. Perhaps strong enough, one day, to understand what I truly am. Not just ending. Not just destruction. But the necessary conclusion that makes all beginnings possible. Death is not my purpose. Transformation is. Think about that, Harry Potter. Think about what you could become, if you chose to embrace me rather than fight me. Harry didn't respond. But he thought about it, sometimes, in the quiet moments between classes. The Hollow King was wrong about many things. But it might be right about one, that Harry's story wasn't over. That the greatest challenge still lay ahead. And that when it came, he would have to become something more than he'd ever imagined. Epilogue. 19 years later, Harry Potter stood at the edge of the Black Lake, watching his children board the Hogwarts Express. James, his eldest, was already causing trouble, convincing first-years that the Sorting Hat could read minds. Albus, the quiet one, watched everything with his mother's eyes and his father's power. Lily, still too young for Hogwarts, clung to Ginny's hand and complained about being left behind. They'll be fine, Daphne said, appearing at his side. Lady Greengrass now, head of one of the most influential families in Wizarding Britain, but still his closest advisor. You worry too much. I worry exactly the right amount. Harry watched the train pull away, carrying his children toward their own adventures. The world is safer than it was. But it's not safe. Is it ever? No. Harry smiled. But that's what keeps life interesting. Deep beneath the lake, the Hollow King stirred. The seals were almost gone now, worn away by time and power, cracking under pressures they were never meant to bear. Soon, very soon, it would break free. But Harry was ready. Decades of teaching had created a generation of warriors. His children carried elemental potential that might exceed his own. His allies held positions of power across the wizarding world, united by bonds forged in war and strengthened in peace. And Harry himself had grown beyond anything Mordred had ever achieved. Not just a wizard. Not just an elemental. Something new. Something that the Hollow King, for all its ancient wisdom, had never faced. Soon, the whisper came. Yes, Harry agreed. Soon. And when that day comes, you will learn what true power really means. He turned from the lake and walked back toward the castle, his home, his legacy. The war was over. But the story continued. It always would. Chapter 6 and the End. Harry Potter and the Elemental Awakening, a story of power, choice, and the fire that burns within us all.